Hello, my name is Marcus. I'm the compiler of a collection of therapy quotes entitled 1001 Windmills of the Mind. A collection of quotes taken from what's often called the psychodynamic or the psychoanalytic perspective, which long ago, as I understand it, was referred to by some as philosophical medicine or narrative medicine. If we can find our narrative truth, our story, if we can know and perceive and accept and somehow have our story around what happened to us early on, then we don't have to dwell in the past in search for our narrative story in an attempt that if we get our narrative story, then we can add meaning and understanding to what happened, hence convert a frozen metaphor to a generative fluid metaphor, moving towards laying the ghost to rest. So we're talking about a thing called attachment trauma, developmental trauma, interpersonal trauma, a relational trauma between the baby and the mother. If there's a relationship trauma between the baby and the mother, one metaphor is that the earth opens up and Miss Core gets pulled down into the underworld, meaning the child's pureness, innocence, symbolized by the maiden Miss Core. Earth opens up, the yanking, that yanking down phenomena, that's called repression. It gets repressed, it gets zooped down into the underworld, meaning the unconscious, or the part of the brain called the non-reporting brain. So the baby remembers what happened to him that caused him to deny his feelings and needs, called repression. And then he doesn't know what he needs and feels later on, maybe. Okay, that zooping down phenomenon is called repression. So myths and fairy tales are very helpful. Myths and fairy tales describe psychology. Myths and fairy tales describe a traumatized psyche. They describe psychological dynamics. They're true on the inside, not on the outside. Every character in a myth or a story represents aspects of one mind. They're like soul stories. They're true on the inside, not on the outside. For example, someone's pure is on the field. Earth opens up, she gets pulled down. These are not separate characters doing this. This is just some kind of metaphor or image to describe that the baby had some kind of pureness and it had to get squelched down. Okay? Yeah, by the way, unfortunately, I'm in a bit of a rough patch finding a place where I can do my videos. So at the moment, I'm sort of in this little known sort of I guess it's maybe like a 2-star hotel or something. I'm in the closed lobby. And the receptionist was kind enough to let me use this spot here. So you might see a few interruptions here. The lighting isn't too great here. So for the moment I might use this spot here. It's Saturday, peak tourist season. Everything's busy, jam-packed. It's getting harder and harder to find a place where I can do my videos. So I'm on the road again, looking for a video home. Yeah, sorry about the lighting here. It's sort of the best I can do, I guess. It's ironic. It has sort of a spacious lounge here. Yeah, I don't know much about this hotel. It was down the road. I noticed. Didn't seem too busy. Yeah, so all of the nice spiffy places are packed. They're very popular. Some of these more budget accommodations are less popular for some reason. Anyway, so never mind about that. So you might see some staff walking by or something. But most of the videos that were done in a very nice venue nearby a pool. There was some changes there, and all of my other sort of backup places, sort of similar scenario, functions, parties, meetings, business events, promo events, birthdays, and all kinds of functions and activities. So every sort of place where I might be able to, where they might allow me to do a video. If there's no event taking place, they might say, okay, go ahead, kind of thing. But now it's just so busy, it doesn't seem like... I thought it was going to let up. I thought peak tourist season was letting up. Quite the contrary. I don't see any change. Okay, anyways, enough about that. So let's go back to the topic at hand here. So 1001 Windmills of the Mind is a collection of advanced self-help quotes that more or less fits into Grice's formula about communication. So there's a thing called Grice's maxims. He says communication, if you're going to communicate something, there needs to be a certain relevance, it's on topic, and the quality, it's helpful kind of thing. The manner, the tone is acceptable, and the quantity. So these quotes, the 1001 Windmills of the Mind, I think are sort of fit, as best as possible, fit that category. They're advanced self-help quotes in the general area of making the unconscious conscious, because it's a psychoanalytic perspective, meaning we look at how what we remember influences us in the present, basically. And if we have a lot of difficult, painful memories in the childhood, then our present is going to reflect that, and we may be living in a dysfunctional way in the present because of that. So we want to look at this area of the past-present links. Okay, so that's, in a nutshell, we're talking about past-present links, how the past influences the present. Now, if a child isn't traumatized, he can enjoy the present. But the theory is, with trauma, it's hard to enjoy the present. Because with trauma, it's so-called unfinished business. The person's trying to perceive it, know it, accept it. Because what is trauma? They lose their feelings. That's a trauma. It's traumatic to go through life not having access to our feelings. In the Disney film Inside Out, joy and sadness got zooped into this other world. Okay, so the golden ball goes down the well, or in the Atalanta myth, the king puts the baby in the forest. Something pure gets lost. Right? So the result of that is the feeling of petrification or freezing. The emotionality is kind of like frozen or petrified. A more dramatic one, in the narcissist myth, the soul echo turned to stone. She became a statue. That's quite a vivid, intense image to describe how we may feel, sort of like really stuck like that. And that's called a frozen metaphor. And then there's going to be this compulsion to replay it and repeat it to see if we can somehow, in our fantasy, change the past, undo the past, correct the past. So we're going to keep on replaying and repeating it. Hence, we're not enjoying the present because we're still dwelling in the past. From the Greenberg film, quote, Shrink said to the guy, "You have trouble living in the present. So you dwell in the past because you never really lived it." Yeah, I must confess, I am a little distracted by the lighting here. It isn't too great here. Maybe I can move it around a bit. Is that better? Let's see. Let's try this a bit. Maybe here. What am I doing this? I thought I'd get fewer people passing by if I do this. I guess the lighting's a little better here, right? Okay. Sometimes I have a rough beginning when I start a video. The last video was pretty good. I was in a nice, quiet room, and I noticed I could speak freely and easily. Those are my best videos when I have that opportunity. When I'm sort of in a public area, I'm easily distracted for some, and it takes me a while to get back on topic. This place has sort of like a 60s feel to it, or almost even a 50s feel to it. Like, it has a real kind of a it's an older hotel, but it's functional and it looks well built, Okay. Yeah, the manager in the other venue last time was very friendly. She let me use one of the executive rooms. She was in a good mood, I guess. Okay, let's go back to the topic. I feel like I just recently did a pretty good overview of 1001 Windmills of the Mind in the last video. So I feel like do I really need to kind of go over it again? Or should I just jump into today's quotes? But let's just finish up something here. So 1001 Windmills of the Mind is a collection of therapy quotes. So I believe these quotes to be therapeutic because they're in the general analytic spirit of making the unconscious conscious, being this bridge between something that we don't know about ourselves to something that we know about ourselves. And this bridge can help facilitate a thing called reintegration, psychosynthesis, reclaiming, getting back into ourselves. Okay? And the process of this is called narrative medicine. So psychoanalysis is sometimes called narrative medicine. Accepting ourselves. The more we can accept ourselves, the more we're embodied, the more we can enjoy the present, and that's a sweet ride, as the song, as one singer says in the song. Okay, so let's start off. Let's back up a second. So, if the baby's needs don't get met, he's gonna put his feelings and need into cold storage. So there's like the freezing effect already. He puts it into a freezer, right? So he freezes up. It's hidden down a tunnel, down a cavern, where the light has never shone. A lyric from our theme song, Windmills of the Mind, sung by Ketcha Epstein. The English version, very good English version for that song is Barbara Lewis, Windmills of the Mind. Unfortunately, due to copyright reasons, I can't play Barbara Lewis's version, but that's my favorite English rendition of that song. But our theme song is the German cover for it by Ketcha Epstein. She sung it on vinyl, so we could play it here. This encyclopedia of soul repair, from this perspective, is named after Ketcha Epstein's German cover. That's how great it is. Yeah. So the baby doesn't feel safe to have his feelings. Okay. So earth opens up, gets pulled down. That's called repression. Okay. Now the underworld, that's the non-reporting brain. Okay. Now there's in that image somebody yanks Miss Core down. Okay. So that character that yanks down. Okay, that can be a reference to how the baby projects his feelings and attributes onto the mother. So the baby's nursing, the baby's first mother is the breast mother. Okay, so the baby doesn't really get that there's a full mother as a person. He's a person, there's two separate people. He still thinks he's in this mother-infant dual unity phase, called undifferentiation or symbiosis or merging or fusion, mother-infant dual unity, unico mystica. He thinks it's all just him. The mother's a part of him. Mother's powerful, so he's powerful. That's called infantile megalomania. So all babies begin with this feeling that it's all one. It's all just him. Narcissist looks into the pool of water. He's transfixed at his own image. That references this idea that it's just him. It's just one, all him. Okay, so babies think it's just all about them, for them, everything's for them. They're the universe, center of the universe. Everything takes care of them. Unconditional, hallucinatory, omnipotent. So they're little gods, basically, right? So the baby comes out of the womb. Babies need an extended social, interpersonal womb, right? So baby says, hey mother, I need a reverie with you. I need to be seen and accepted and emotionally fed by you. I need an extended interpersonal womb-like environment with you, called the maternal holding environment, or a positive maternal experience. In other words, the paradise, the blissful, happy, powerful feeling called the Garden of Eden, Shambhala, Shangri-La, paradise, garden, etc. That needs to continue. Babies they shouldn't have paradise lost at biological birth. They need an extended paradise. So the baby has that need for an extended paradise. So if for whatever reason the mother doesn't offer it, if she couldn't be attuned or understand the baby's signals, for whatever reason, that's a whole separate topic. Why so many mothers are misattuned like that? Okay, so then he thinks it's not safe to have his feelings, and so he represses them. That's the first defense mechanism. It's called repression. Okay. Now, while he's repressing his feelings and needs, this took place because of a relationship, a relational trauma. Repression was due to a relational trauma. The relationship was him and the breast mother. Now, the breast mother didn't meet the baby's needs, right? For whatever reason. For example, the bottle will do it. That'll break the attunement. Because in normal breastfeeding, the nerve endings in the breast line up with the nerve endings in the child. And there's like a line there which helps the mother to be attuned and understand the baby's signals. Okay? So the baby needs that line there. Just like in the uterus, there was a kind of line between the baby, cord, placenta, mother, placenta, cord, baby. There was like a line, there was a flow. It's even musical, they think. So that's the attunement. The babies need that kind of attunement to continue. And the land version, right? The babies begin as water people. Okay, in the land womb, it's an interrelational line between the nerve endings between the breast mother and the child. If that's broken with the bottle, okay, so that'll do it right there. So his paradise got lost. He's relating to a stone, a plastic bottle. Doesn't see him or accept him, or baby thinks he's not going to make it or something. No babies can make it on their own, right? No babies can make it without their mother. The child might think he doesn't really have a mother. He's relating to a stone thing. Okay, he's being tricked to physically survive by the powder stuff, but we're not talking about the physical area. We're talking about the emotional area, right? Okay, okay, so yeah, I'm having a hard time sort of settling into this little spot here for some reason. I don't know if it's the lighting. Actually, I'm a little mindful because the staff is just behind me on that wall there, so I don't want to interrupt them too much. Although I don't think they can really. Yeah, I don't think they can really hear me too much actually. Okay. I'm eventually gonna find a nice place. I'm gonna find a nice room that I can rely on, at least for a while. Similar to what I had previously by the pool. I'll keep looking. I'll eventually find it. It's out there. I may have to do a little further walking along the road here, but I'll find a sympathetic manager who will let me use some unused space. Okay, so so the baby comes out of the womb and says, "Mother, I need the paradise to continue." Okay, so for whatever reason, that's not available for the baby. He feels scared. Now he's relating to a breast mother, so he's actually angry at the breast mother. Okay? So anger is not a primary thing. Anger is like a secondary response to when the needs don't get met. Okay? So in the film, this point is made in the Disney film Inside Out. Joy runs the console. If you haven't seen that film, it's a very good film by the Disney company called Inside Out. That's a great little film. The main temperament for people is that joy runs the console. Joy is the driver, is the baseline engine of the person's feeling self, psychological self, living self. It's the emotion of joy, sort of the center, the centerment of a person. It's joy. Right? Now we don't necessarily mean great excitement all the time. Joy as the serene, inexhaustible fullness of being, meaning embodied, meaning you're feeling in your body, you're making sense, you're enjoying the present. So that's heaven on earth, to enjoy the present. Because with trauma, we don't enjoy the present. With trauma, joy gets zooped away. In the Disney film, joy and sadness, representing the feeling self and the wide range of feelings called the golden ball, got zooped away into this other world. That's the non-reporting brain. That's called repression. So that zooping phenomenon, remember joy and sadness went into that tube there and they got pulled up there. Okay? So it can get pulled down or pulled into some other world. Any kind of sudden zooping to some other place, that's called repression. So joy and sadness got repressed. And then what was left at the console? Just the amygdala, the survival personality, the anger and the fear, right? And the third character was disgust, but that's mainly a physiological area, right? Distaste, smell. So the feeling self, the ontological self, the psychological self, the I feel, therefore I amness self, the embodiedness self, comfort within and feeling animated kind of thing, feeling not flat, not feeling unreal, not feeling derealized, not feeling that you're living some kind of provisional life, or not feeling that you're living some kind of unlived life, that life is on hold, or these kinds of feelings, right? So you're enjoying the present. So joy was zooped away, right? And then the response, the secondary reactive response was mainly anger was at the console. Fear and anger are very closely linked together. First, the baby feels afraid, but if there's so much stress, it's going to quickly click over to the fear. So you don't even really notice the fear too much. So often a person says you're angry, but first they were afraid, but it happened so quickly they didn't even notice it. So they're very linked like that, fear and anger, right? That's the stress response. So the baby would like to flee if there's trouble with the mother, but he has no motor skills. The baby has no motor skills, right? Humans come out of the womb too early, very dependent, very helpless, very powerless, no motor. They can't even walk, or they can't even crawl yet, right? So the fear is quickly going to get overwhelmed, clicked over to the anger. So maybe we could say anger is like a third reactive response. Fear might be the secondary response, and then the anger is like the third response. Right? It's not the primary. The normal temperament is joy. Right? The range from joy to sadness and all of the feelings belonging to the golden ball. Okay? The fear, anger, disgust, distaste, dismell ones, that's all related to the physiological area when we lose our feeling self. Okay, so anger is a response to when the love needs don't get met. So the baby has a love need. Mother, I need reverie with you, attunement with you. I need to be emotionally fed by you, because the baby's brain is malleable. They're one there. So however the mother interacts with the baby, wiring, the baby's neural networking gets wired down based on interaction with the baby. So human connections lead to neural connections. Human connections lead to neural connections. So if the mother sees, hears, feels, soothes the baby, okay, those wiring gets laid down, and then it becomes part of his psychic structure. He has that as a part of him. He can do those things himself. If the mother has a kind of like a consideration and like an esteem and a kind of a presence for the baby, then the child has those qualities for himself, that esteem, that presence for himself. So whatever the mother does with the baby's going to take that on and do it to himself, kind of, because the brain is laying down the networking, right? So the baby's saying, look, mother, I need a positive experience with you, because what you do with me, my wiring is going to get laid down, and I'm going to have that sort of like as a template for my life kind of thing. So please do it right the first time, right? So if the mother is not available for that, he's going to be very enraged by this. Now that rage is too much excitation. The mammalian part of the brain would like to send the person lots of stress, cortisol, to flee. Lots of stress, but he can't flee. That turns into rage. So the baby can't change his mother, or see, the baby has a fantasy that he could. The unmet need turns into greed. So the baby ends up with a fantasy of greed, where he wishes he could control and devour the breast, possess the breast, gobble in the breast. He has this really devouring, enraged like greed. That's how desperate he is to get his paradise and to feel safe with the mother. To feel safe with the mother, he thinks he's got to control and possess. So there's that controlling, possessive, greedy quality, right? So those attributes of the devouring greed and the rage that the baby now has, the brain response of the chemistry, it's too much for the baby. So the baby's brain has got to do something here. The child would metaphorically implode if he were to literally receive all that stress hormones. It'd go into the body, the organs. He couldn't take it all. So the baby's got to do something to protect himself from the brain's the brain just thinks in survival, right? So the brain's just going to keep on sending the baby cortisol, adrenaline, cortisol, run, flee, change your mother, devour them, control it, feel safe, run, possess the mother, fight with the, control the mother. The baby can't do it. So finally the baby's mind says, hold up, brain, whoa, whoa. I know you mean well. I know you see us in big danger here. But let me do something here. Brain, I gotta trick you. Brain says, what are you talking about? Well, okay, watch this. You believe that that I'm very enraged because the needs are not getting met. That's right. Well, let me trick you, brain. Brain says, what do you mean? Well, what if we said that the mother is enraged and has these greedy, devouring needs? Not me. Oh, brain says, you mean you don't have needs and you don't feel this way? That's right. It's the mother. All these things that we're noticing, these psychic attributes of greed and rage, that belongs to the mother. It's not me. Brain goes, oh, I see. Okay. So I'm confused still. What do you mean, brain? Well, how are you going to feed safely? You gotta relate to the breast mother somehow, and you can't relate to a devouring monster that wants to eat you, because that's the image the baby's going to make of his mother. If he projects his attributes of devouring greed and rage and puts it onto the breast image, that imago of the mother is going to be this devouring monster that wants to eat him. So the brain says to the baby, I don't get it. How are you going to feed safely if you're relating to a monster that wants to eat you? A good point, brain. Very valid point. Thanks for pointing that out to me. Hold up. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to compartmentalize this image of the mother, this monster image of the mother, in one bin. I'm going to put it deep in the brain. It'll be stored somewhere in the brain. Yeah, the brain says, I know that. I'm the brain. I get that. I know that. I'm right there. I'm your brain. Well, okay. Well, I see. Well, I'm going to put it in a bin kind of thing. Well, so what? You're relating to this monster. I don't care if you put it in a bin. Okay, well, my point is, brain, is that I'll put it in the bin, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to hallucinate. Like that guy in the desert, that thirsty guy in the scorching heat. He's trying to survive. He's thirsty. He hallucinates an oasis. Watch this, brain. I'm going to hallucinate a goddess breast, a loving breast, a good breast, a sweet breast who's bountiful and large and full of milk and full of warm vibes for me and acceptance and sees me, and this goddess divine. The brain goes, oh really? You can do that? Yeah, I can do it. I'll hallucinate a goddess breast and think that's the mother. And the brain goes, oh, I see. Well, if you think that's the mother, and you're going to trick yourself that that's your mother, and that the real mother is in a separate bin, and you're going to keep it separate like that, and you're not in danger because you're relating to a goddess. And so the brain says, okay, fine, I won't send you all that stress. Okay, what a relief. Thank you, brain. So the baby does a maneuver of the mind, a trick of the mind, a mechanism of the mind, an operation of the mind, a mental mechanism known as the splitting defense. In effect, he splits the concept of the mother into two mothers and keeps them in separate bins. In myths and fairy tales, this is seen as the motif of goddess and demon, or in The Wizard of Oz, fairy godmother and wicked witch. In any myth or fairy tale, when there's like a good, helpful, good goddess or good witch and some frightening one, that's the splitting mechanism. But that represents the splitting mechanism, but that's not the reality. The reality is the mother has two sides. The mother didn't know it all, couldn't do it all. She would have if she could have. She means well. She's trying her best. She means well, but she's confused. Baby can't handle that kind of ambivalence. The baby can't see that and feel safe with her if she's doing it wrong. Baby can't handle ambivalence. So to deal with the pain of ambivalence, to deal with the pain of trying to see the two sides of the mother, he splits it up. Mother's got to be perfect or forget it. Goddess, everything or nothing, right or wrong. Like this, so the template is going to be goddess and demon imagery. So the baby's not relating to a human mother really. She's relating to two separate gods. It's exaggerated kind of. So that's known as the splitting mechanism. So it helps the baby not to receive too much stress hormones from the brain. Okay. So the baby's trying to adapt. He's trying to adapt to a very difficult environment. The baby has a very, very difficult environment if the mother's tuned like that, right? So humans adapt to their environments, right? The baby's first environment is the breast mother, but he's in a huge double bind. He can only turn to her. All of his life force is to seek the nipple and the breast and to latch and to suckle and to nurse and to have that reverie in the line and the music and the heaven and the paradise to continue. All of his life force is to get that paradise. Yeah? Now at the same time he's searching for that, and all of his energy is for that. Fairbairn's line is life force is object seeking. So all of his energy is to latch and attach to the mother. Double bind, that very same mother he's searching for, is hurting him and paining him and shaming him and rejecting him, and he's got to search for it. Whoa, to deal with that pain, he does the splitting thing. That's one way he does it, right? So that's a huge double bind. He becomes, okay, now this comes at a huge cost, because this splitting mechanism might be used very briefly for the first few weeks. If the mother doesn't change her ways in the first few weeks, and it still takes place, if it becomes, let's say the very latest, by the age of 3, it becomes like a set template, like a psychological template, like a stencil, like a mental template, like a deep ka-chunk, like an imprint, and like wiring wise. If it becomes kind of set like that, where it's goddess and demon imagery, and he's going through life with that psychic structure of either or thinking, all or nothing thinking, perfect or forget it thinking, okay, we, they thinking, there's your prejudice, because they're going to see things in either or, black or white, either or. The tendency will be like that. However they may cloak it over or hide it, but underneath they may be operating from that way. But that's part of it. So that's one part of it. The prejudice will come from there. But another part of it is that splitting precludes differentiation. Babies are one with the mother. The babies need enough love to feel safe enough to differentiate. In the beginning, imagine like a blurred little cloud, blurred with the bigger, powerful cloud, and the little cloud thinks the bigger, powerful cloud is him. So the little baby thinks he's the powerful cloud. It's called infantile megalomania. So he's still one like that in that fusion. Yeah? So he doesn't differentiate. If he's loved, he feels safe to differentiate. If he's not loved, he's still stuck in that blurred thing there. Right? So he doesn't differentiate. Now, differentiation is the psychic structure needed to have one's golden ball. Now, if one has one's golden ball, meaning access to the feelings, that means they can enjoy the present. That means if the situation is for them to enjoy the present, Joy is at the console. Joy can say, hey, I like this or something, right? Or if the situation is for the person to accept the loss, well, Joy is there at the console. Oh, I feel sad about the loss. And then with Joy, and related to the sadness characters, empathy and reparation, making up for mistakes and caring. And that's the natural temperament, to have joy and sadness and the range to run the console. Okay. So if joy and sadness are zooped away because of the trauma and the child is still fused, in the mental template system, in the endopsychic structure, in the object relations theater, so object relations theory is the study of the internalization of interpersonal relationships. The baby creates this psychic theater mapping. It's called internal object society. I don't like subpersonalities. I also don't like ego states, but it's the jargon is internal objects. Okay, memories bundled around themes. Part self representation linked to a part other representation. Another part self linked to another part other. Another part self linked to another part other. And it's a little bit kind of it offers some understanding for ourselves. This is called relational units, one of our threads. So for more on that, read Masterson's work. James F. Masterson, one of our mentors, James F. Masterson. A very good place to start is his book called The Search for the Real Self. We have many of his best quotes in our collection here. So that intrapsychic society or world or city-state or internal government, invisible government, yeah, I forgot about that. It's like it's a iceberg metaphor. It's a force. it's there by which the person sees the world through that lens of that. In other words, they're going to superimpose that lensing onto the present and distort the present, misperceive the present, misunderstand the present to accommodate that, because because we're living in the past with trauma. We don't enjoy the present with trauma, so we distort the present to fit the past because we want to replay what caused that with the fantasy that we could update it, get a healthy, loved past, change the outcome, get an outcome where the baby was loved, had the music with the mother, had the paradise with the mother. So we're going to keep superimposing, hence replaying with the fantasy that we can undo the past, correct the past, get a psychic structure template where it's like two tennis balls. Mother's a full person, child is separated, differentiated, he's a psychological person, and they can both bounce. Like they can both feel and live, kind of thing, right? So that's a key point about the theory about how we see the present based on the past. And the more traumatized the past is, the more we distort the present. So hence we're not enjoying the present if we're distorting the present too much to accommodate the past. Okay. Well, so far it's holding up here. Okay. Geez, well, when this video is over, I'll ask staff there if they were okay with my doing this. If it didn't bother them, I might have to come back here again. Jesus. It's a strange feeling for some. I don't know what it is. I feel like I'm in some kind of old movie or something. It's true. I feel like this could have been some kind of scene in some old movie. It has the decor and the furniture of some kind of movie from the 50s or something. Okay. Let's get back where we were. Okay, so we were talking about the issue of splitting. A very important a very important thread in 1001, Windmills of the Mind, the splitting defense. A key thread. Oh my God, that's in the top 5. Up to 57 now threads that we have, chapters, themes, e-booklets. That one about the splitting defense, that's in the top 5 for sure. Repetition compulsion is in the top 5. Transference is in the top 5. Myths and fairy tales is also up there. We've got a lot of exciting material. Recently we started a new thread on gaslighting. Another one on metaphors. And this video will add a couple of quotes to our most newest thread on metaphors. So we're very early in on that thread, so we got a lot of work to do there. A thread on passive aggressiveness. A thread on the histrionic personality pattern. The BPD pattern, the narcissistic personality pattern, the codependent pattern, the dynamic of the love relationship, the transference love relationship of the clinger and the stinger. That one there, right? The codependent ones and the narcissistic style ones. In other words, if a person with trauma before 18 months, they're the stingers, marries a person with trauma between 18 months and 36 months, the clingers, that dynamic there, the stinger and the clinger. It's an interesting one. And we did a very good batch of videos on transference love. 25, 35 to 9. A 5-video special run just on transference love. I remember the theme, the song we played, the featured song for that topic was the Doobie Brothers, What a Fool Believes. So I won't talk about that one too much here. Emotional eating, the body bears the burden. The idea that most physical symptoms are conversions. So the main image is that water can convert to ice. That's called conversion. It's the same, right? Water just converts to ice. If the baby can't feel something, it may be hardened in his body. That body, like the ice, the frozen, the freezing there. So just like water turns to ice, a feeling can become like stuck in the body somewhere, and the body's like this hardened substance. So that's conversion. So the body is holding it, so to speak. Or the body is It's a defense mechanism. The body's holding it, repressing the feeling. It's revealing it. By the physical symptom, it's revealing it, but it's hiding it at the same time. So physical symptoms reveal and conceal the inner conflict, the wish and the fear, the wish for love and the disapproval, that the body can bear the burden. Every body tells a story. The mysterious link between mind and body. And the body remembers, the body keeps the score, these kinds of things. That's another interesting thread, mainly by the work, the key author there is John E. Sardo. So we did his best quotes on that one. Prejudice is a major thread. Prejudice. And a very interesting thread. If you want to understand prejudice, how that works, how that's going on, I think we've plucked out the main best theories around it. Most recently, we added the theory about stranger anxiety. Wait a sec. Yeah, I've got a painting here. Do you want to see my painting here? Let's take a little break here. Not a bad little painting. The waterfall there. We got the seagulls and waterfalls. Wouldn't that be a nice place to be at? If this place had more light, if this place could get more light, it'd be all right. Huh? How could they get more light in here? I'm not sure. Okay, what else? So, yeah, so we talked about stranger anxiety. That's an interesting one. Not the usual understanding of stranger anxiety. An author has another theory about stranger anxiety. Shall I do it quickly? Okay, let's do it quickly. So here's just an abbreviated idea about it. Remember the baby needs paradise with the mother? Let's say the baby does establish the union with the mother, the paradise with the mother. But he needs it for 4 to 5 months. Let's say a couple of days after the baby latches and starts bonding, the father yanks the baby and says, "Hey baby, look at me, I'm your dad." The baby, first of all, thinks he lost his mother. Babies don't understand time. If the mother's gone, he thinks there's no mother, he's going to perish. He can't make it. And here's this other person saying, "I'm your dad." So he's going to hate this image of his dad, actually. He's going to be enraged at the dad. The baby's going to say, "Whoever you are, you're dangerous. You took away my mother, you took away my paradise. I have to freeze up inside. I have to sacrifice my future happiness. I really hate you, Father." Okay? So this is the stranger anxiety. The baby is very frightened by the father. So that's going to be blotted out. The child can't accept all that. It's in his memory somewhere. Later on, if he's in some environment, whoever is the safest in his environment. Okay, when you feel safe, your feelings come up. That safe one, you might start to say, "Oh, they're so dangerous." You're going to project the image you make of the angry father. You're going to put it onto the safe person. So you're going to say that the non-threatening person in your group, let's say you're a workplace or something, and a newcomer comes in, and they look disadvantaged or don't know the language. I don't know. However it is, one person who's seen as sort of the safest, either because they're disadvantaged or not as well connected, or if they're seen as not being familiar with the others, like if they have a different language or something, then that can trigger the sense of otherness, kind of like the stranger-ish issue. They're not a stranger, but the person's going to project that old memory of the father, the image of the father, they're going to put onto that person. And they're going to say that person, that newcomer or migrant or whatever, whoever it is, right? They're going to say all these terrible things about them. What they're talking about is the old memory they had as a baby at the father for taking away their mother prematurely, it was too premature. The father shouldn't break the paradise. The paradise is a mother-infant dual unity. The key word is unity. It's just the one, just the two. It's just the two of them. It's not ready for the triangle. It's too premature. The father's got to wait. The mother and the baby form like a little circle. It's just the two of them. The role of the father is to help facilitate that, to protect that, or help the mother to feel happy in that role of being a symbiotic object for the baby. Right? Of course, the father means well, and we get that, but you got to look at the baby's emotional, psychological response to something like that. So that's another theory about prejudice. Father picks up the baby, says, "Hi, I'm your dad," or "You took away my mother, you took away my paradise, I hate you, Dad." Okay? That's blotted out in some kind of blurred image. Okay? In other words, the baby sees the father as a frightening, dangerous, threatening stranger. Put it that way. It's called stranger anxiety. This idea of stranger, it's a baby word. It's a word for the baby. In general, normal, healthy development, there's no real. That we need another term for stranger. Maybe someone I don't know you, someone I'm not familiar with yet. I don't know you yet. It doesn't mean you're. Stranger tends to have like a negative connotation, but so we need a new word for like some kind of neutral term for a friend I haven't met yet, someone I haven't met yet, or a cousin I don't know, a brother from another mother, a sister from another mister, or these kind of expressions. That's a little more in that area. In the adult world, there really isn't a stranger in the way that term is first felt when you first hear that word. It's too triggering. There are no real strangers. That quote, whoever said that, there's no such thing as a stranger, only a friend I haven't. That's pretty accurate. Because we're all one family, we're all evolution from Homo bodoensis. We're all Homo sapiens. We came from Homo bodoensis. Homo bodoensis is an earlier version of us. Homo bodoensis was around for 1 million years almost. It took Homo bodoensis, us, an earlier version of us, 1 million years to develop the cortex, and then we upgraded Homo bodoensis 2.0 and called it Homo sapien, and we were Homo naturalis. So we all came from Homo bodoensis, and we're all from that one family of the Homo bodoensis somewhere in Africa somewhere, right? And then when Homo bodoensis became Homo sapiens, that means now we have language, consciousness, we can write, we can remember and speak. Homo bodoensis didn't have that. So they didn't know time, they couldn't write, they didn't have vocabulary, they didn't have like a language kind of thing. So we're all Homo sapiens. So when Homo sapiens came on the scene 150,000 years ago, roughly, by one theory, then Homo sapiens kind of spread around. And then due to weather and things, there were some trivial biological variations over that period of time. Some lost their tan, some ate more meat and dairy, so they got taller, I guess. Some had kind of lived in temperate climates or something, so maybe they developed a kind of a culture around that. Some had, so there were trivial biological variations, but very easily, very clearly, we can easily, very abundantly see we're all Homo sapiens. There's no doubt about it. And the confusion is that we were Homo naturalis because all babies got a secure attachment style. So all Homo sapiens had the baseline of joy running the console because all babies got a secure attachment style. 10,000 years ago, so one theory is roughly, so again, everything you hear is speculation and theories, invitations for mutual exploration. We're searching, we're detectives, we're all detectives, right? So one clue maybe, or theory is that 10,000 years ago, we became Homo traumacus, kind of by accident. If we have time at the end, maybe I'll pick up on that point and talk about that thread, where we became from Homo naturalis to Homo traumacus. Some people call Homo economicus. So we're traumatized versions of ourselves, because 90% of the babies in North America, by one estimate, are not getting a secure attachment style. 90% of the babies are walking around with some kind of attachment trauma, developmental trauma. So this started 10,000 years ago. So we'll talk about that maybe. And that's an important point, because in our thread on prejudice, we have two parts to that. We talk about the inner dynamics and sort of the sociological outer forces that contribute to inner dynamics, which circles around to the social dynamics, which fuels the inner dynamics. So the idea is to make some of this conscious. Okay, so back to that point about stranger anxiety. So in normal development, the joy runs the console. There's a general sense of I'm okay, you're okay. You might not know the person, but you don't instantly say, "Oh, you're a stranger, you're a danger." You don't have that natural reaction. You both see each other as family, safe. Just I'm not familiar. I just don't know too much about where you are. But you don't necessarily automatically feel so afraid of the person. You might even be kind of friendly towards people you don't necessarily know. So it's interesting about homo botuensis. Somebody made an interesting joke. They said about homo botuensis, do you mean we used to be like the bonobos? He said homo botuensis. That's the bonobos. Okay, I thought that was I thought he was being clever, but so there may be some truth. Maybe the temperament of homo botuensis, us, had some of the traits like we know the bonobos: affectionate, kind of tender, playful, caring, safe. Because people were safe. When you feel safe, there's more of a playful quality, right? This is like a safe play, like a happy play, creative play, harmless, no one gets hurt play. It's I'm okay, you're okay play. It's a celebration of like two people dancing kind of thing. Like free dancing or something. Spontaneous dancing. Yeah, I gotta admit, this interesting about this hotel. This has the least sort of like traffic. So it may be I might have to come back to this place until I find my new home, my new video home. The travails of the traveler reveal the traveler to himself. That's our very first quote in 1001, Windmills of the Mind. The travails of the traveler reveal the traveler to himself. So that's in reference to the Odyssey. We all want to be. The idea is to become Odyssean. Okay, it's called the second journey of midlife, or the hero's journey of midlife. Midlife audit, midlife examination period. That know thyself phase, that introspection phase of understanding our patterns and who we are because of our childhoods and those kinds of things. Okay, that's called the second journey. And that's like being a traveler, because you got to forgive your parents, be a detective, know their story, understand personality patterns. Yeah, I do get easily distracted. Sorry about that. That's why I really want to find like an enclosed room without interruptions. Let's just take a 10-second break here. Hold on a second. Okay, let's see. Okay, so we went off on a bit of a side tangent about one theory about prejudice, this thing called stranger anxiety. The stranger anxiety is the projection of the hatred towards the father onto safe others. Related to it is anybody who appears superficially to be the most different. They're not, but it's a trivial thing. The thing is, you're looking for an excuse. We're always projecting to create a mirror to see what's within in an attempt to own what's within. So projection is the means or the healing attempt to bring repressed material to consciousness. See, we want to make the unconscious conscious. Now, projection is a vehicle to help make the unconscious conscious, because when you project, it's something about yourself. Memory of someone who took away my mother. Memory of someone who made me froze up. And so some stranger who called himself the father, or whoever that is. Okay, so you project that frightening boogeyman, whatever image that the baby makes of his father. It's all blotted out, and he projected his rage onto him, created some kind of scary character. That's in his. Then he's to know that it's there. He's going to say someone else sort of is threatening and all this stuff. That's just some artwork that the baby created to describe his own attributes that he painted onto the image of the father image. He's going to find someone else as a placeholder so he can see the image he created. Right? Oops. Open this up. Yeah. Okay. So in other words, in conclusion, there really are, from an adult perspective, there really are no strangers. We need some other term to describe a friend I haven't met yet, or a person I just didn't get to know yet, or someone who's a cousin whose psychobiography I'm not familiar with yet. How's that? Everybody is a cousin. Everybody is your cousin whose psychobiography you're not familiar with yet. How's that? Everybody, what are we, 8 billion, whatever? We're all cousins. Jane Elliott, the work of Jane Elliott has won a Golden Windmills of the Mind Award for her contribution to understanding prejudice. Jane Elliott. 21 Golden Windmills of the Mind Awards have been issued already. One of them went to the work of Jane Elliott. And one of the things she says is that we're all cousins, literally cousins. 30 to 50 on average times removed, cousins, because we all came from that big family back in the northeast of Congo, or what is now the Congo, right? So we can all trace back to that family. So we're all literally cousins. So how about this? The adult perspective would be we're all cousins. A cousin whose psychobiography, psychological traumatic story we're not familiar with. That's what we all have in common. We're all traumatized, but everyone has their own little story around their trauma, and you're not familiar with their trauma. Okay? So look at their transfers. Are they stuck with splitting? Are they goading others to feel what they can't feel because the mother didn't soothe them, and a thing called projective identification? Is their personality pattern one of the stinger patterns? Okay, shaming others to replay how the mother shamed them. Okay, are they like the bully pattern, because the bully pattern means the person didn't merge with the mother, so they want to force lackeys to be symbolic breasts to merge with and get a response from, but their issue with that is nobody in the present can invent a time machine, take the person back to the nursery, whereby the person can get the proper soothing that he needed. Okay, that's the bully pattern. Okay, where the person has the fantasy that if they replay the failure in the nursery in the present, that somebody in the present with their fantasy can be the good mother that should have existed in the nursery. That's part of the psychobiography. Are they using negative magic gesture? Do they have the Iago pattern, who feels so pain around love, he hates goodness? Okay, that means if splitting is. Okay, you look at your parents, for example. Get your psychobiography of your parents. Which parent is the stinger? Which is the clinger? Maybe they're both stingers. You know, the stinger means I'm okay, you're not okay. The clinger means I'm not okay, you're okay. Ironically, the clinger is a little bit further along, so to speak, because they're still holding on to the original I'm not okay, you're okay. They're holding on to their wounded soul. They're accepting their soul when they say I'm not okay, you're okay. Yes, it's painful. Yes, it's hard to do, but there's still a connection to themselves. So just quickly, hold on a second. Let's do an important sidetrack here. All babies begin with I'm not okay, you're okay. The theory about that is babies think they're little gods. Okay? Remember, the uterus, they're one with everything. They're so powerful. So now when they're biologically born, they need that paradise to continue. They think the mother's them, so they're going to fix themselves, meaning the mother. So they're going to try to correct the mother, heal the mother, make a traumatized, shaming mother, make her be a loving, healed mother. The baby's going to try to correct the mother, meaning if the mother's him, means he's going to fix himself, because he thinks everything's him. He's the universe, right? So he's going to try to save the mother, correct the mother. Okay? So in the process of doing so, it seems he may get the idea that if he freezes up his feelings, that might please the mother, because the baby noticed the mother couldn't accept them. So he froze them, thinking, oh, I'll freeze them. Maybe that'll please the mother, and she'll change her ways, and he'll get his golden ball back. He'll get his embodiment back. It didn't work. The baby thinks that he tried everything to save the mother. He tried everything, even sacrificing his feelings and future life happiness to save the mother, correct the mother, to please her, to make her be a loving mother. He tried everything. He gave himself up for the attachment to the mother. He tried to he gave himself up in the attempt to get the attachment. So he gone as far as he could, I guess. So the baby concludes, oh my God, am I a flawed God? He thinks he's a God. It didn't work. He must be flawed or defective. That's linked to his identity. That's called unconscious shame, because he feels defective. He feels bad or no good or wrong, a problem with him. It's defective, right? So there's part A of the I'm not okayness. Part B of the I'm not okayness is that the baby can't parse out where he begins and ends and where his mother begins and ends. Remember the two blurred clouds? It's all blurred, the two little clouds, the small cloud and the bigger cloud are blurred. It's like one blurred, two clouds blurred into one. The baby can't tell who's who and where's where. So if the mother's defective, he just automatically concludes that because she's him, that he's defective. So that's part B of it. Okay. The part C of it is he's got to, remember the splitting one where he had to hallucinate a goddess? So maybe he thinks, well, because I'm defective, and I had to do this act of deciding that she was good. Fairbairn, one of our mentors, calls this the moral offense. The baby's going to be like a little judge. Well, all right, well, mother's got to be seen as okay. Then I guess to account for the pain and because I believe I'm defective, well, I guess maybe I did something wrong as well because I'm flawed. That's unconscious guilt. So the unconscious guilt is sort of like layered on top of the unconscious shame. Shall I compare thee to an onion? Right, the layered thing. So put those three together, the baby's existential conclusion is, I'm not okay, you're okay. Again, all mothers must be seen as okay for the attachment, for the baby to feel safe enough to take in even the powdered stuff. So the baby's got to say the mother's okay. It's a lie, but the baby has to lie. He lies to himself, but it's a trick so he doesn't feel too much stress hormones, because he couldn't process all of those stress hormones. So he's got to lie to himself. So all babies begin with, I'm not okay, you're okay. Now this, if the mother continues to be shaming and misattuned and malattuned, the bottle, the schedule, and unavailability, rough handles the baby maybe, or so, some mothers do, actually use the baby to comfort them. That's called the Jocasta style of mothering. So the baby's not seen because of that. We have a whole thread on the Jocasta style of mothering where mothers use the baby to parentify them, to take care of them. The role of the mother is to take care of the baby. It's not the other way around. If it is the other way around, that's called the Jocasta style of mothering. Because in that scenario, the more the mother's love, again from Fairbairn, the more the mother's love is unavailable, the more the baby's going to search for her, cling to her. Now when he feels empty, he might, in the emptiness, he's going to absorb the shaming mother for his identity. So he's really fused with her. He's like become her kind of thing. Okay, so during the first 18 months, if the mother doesn't change her ways or somehow, and she continues to, it's called a strain trauma. It accumulates. Every day, however many times a day, the baby's shamed, gaslit. Basically, the baby's gaslit. Baby has this reality. Mother says, no, you don't. Baby says, yes, I do. No, you don't. I don't. Earth opens up. Zoop, gets pulled down. Joy and sadness gets zooped away. King throws the baby in the forest. Right? That's the loss. The baby thrown into the forest. That's a very dramatic one. So this goes on again and again. Right? So 10 times a day, the baby throws the baby in the forest. Every day for 18 months, the child feels he can't take it anymore. If that's the case, Or the earth opens up, pull down. Earth opens up, pull down. Joy Sada zooped away. Joy Sada zooped. This keeps taking place. It's a strain. It's a taxing on the baby. He'll handle it as best he can. He'll hold on as best he can. He won't give up. But 18 months of that, I mean, come on. The baby's resilient and he's got some endowed strength and all that. But at some point, by 18 months, if the mother didn't change her ways, the baby's so empty. The baby feels so depleted, so empty, so shame, so hollowed out, whatever. He thinks he can't take this anymore. So his I'm not okayness, he's going to project it onto others and say, others are not okay. He identifies with the shaming. Now, in the vacuum of the emptiness, the shaming mother fills in his missingness for his need for identity. So he identifies with the aggressor, and he becomes the shaming mother. So now the mother did it, and mother must be seen as powerful. So that fuels the baby's infantile megalomania. So the reason the baby says, I'm okay and you're not okay, is because all babies think they're little gods, so that's their okayness. It's pseudo, it's fake. No baby was a god. It's sort of ironic like that, but he's got to think he's so important and it's all about him. So this is the infantile god phenomena, where he thinks he's okay, infantile god, infantile megalomania. Again, narcissist looks into the pool of water, he's transfixed at the oneness there. That's the phase where the baby thinks it's all about him. Okay? Now, the baby hopes that there could have been a mother in the pool of water, loving him, seeing him. He was seen by her who accepted him. He felt accepted by someone other who's accepting of him. So there's differentiation. There's a mother who loved him. There's him who had been loved by someone who loved him. That moves towards differentiation. Right? He never got that. So he's stuck at that primal state where it's all about him. The solipsism of everything's just about him. Okay? So that's why he's still going to, that's called taking refuge in the grandiose part self. The soul part self he puts onto others, his real self, his true self, his soul, he puts onto others and says, others are no good. Now when he says others are no good, he's actually talking about himself, seen onto others. And he's replaying it. Repetition compulsion, he's going to replay it. So he'll always say others are no good. Again and again, others are no good. He keeps saying that because that's the loyalty and the connection to the shaming mother who shamed him, and where he felt the mother said to him that he wasn't good. Okay, again, it's the baby can't tell the difference between the actual mother and his experience of the mother. If his experience of the mother is that he believes the mother said to him, you're not okay, he identifies with the aggressor who says, you're not okay. Okay? He becomes that. His lost soul is onto others. He replays onto others what the mother did to him. So when he says, you're not okay, he's replaying repetition compulsion, staying loyal to the aggressive mother who told him he wasn't okay, right? I try my best not to get anybody in the camera, but once in a while somebody might pass by. Luckily, it's sort of in the distance, right? But let's see, what if I did this? Is that better? It's not very comfortable. I'm gonna try this one. No, you'll get more. It's like, let's just stay here then. Uh-oh. There's going to be a loud conversation behind me. I might have to distract myself for a bit. Why don't I take a little mini distraction? Hopefully when I get back, that yapping will calm down a bit. Okay, let's just go for a bit of a stretch here. Oh, there's a whole bunch of them there. Oh, there's 4 of them there. Oh, jeez. You know, I thought about doing it down here, but there's a lot of, let's see. See, actually, the lobby, they've got 2 lobbies here. Let's see. So I thought about doing it right there. But you're right at the main door, yeah, see, you're right at the main door there, right? Let's just sit here for a few minutes. Maybe we can just sit here for a couple of minutes. Yeah, when I started there was just the two of them. Now there's four of them over there. Oh, this is very distracting. I've got all the street traffic, all the people walking by. Jeez, unless I do it this way. Hold on a second. Sorry, this is, every once in a while I have a video where it's just so choppy and fragmented, where I'm like stuttering and interrupted and moving around. And sorry about that, once in a while. But my give back is that the quotes are posted below. So if you click the more link or the see more link, in each video you'll get the quotes. So that's sort of my give back here to compensate for my imperfect delivery. Again, I haven't been analyzed. I haven't been so-called shrunk. I haven't sat on the, did the couch thing. I didn't get analyzed. So I'm still carrying my old childhood amnesia and unconscious anxiety, right? And I'm trying to face it. I'm doing the next best thing, which is to build a nest. Psychoanalysis looks for an egg in a basket or a nest that's missing. Psychoanalysis looks for the golden ball in an ego, consciousness nest ego that's missing. So first we build a nest. That means self-reparenting. We're making it safe for the feelings to come back. So as best we can, we learn this second language called the psychoanalytic perspective. Okay? It's like a second language. Yes, there's some jargon. And I'm trying to learn this myself. So someone said, if you're trying to learn something, well, why don't you teach it? Then by teaching it, you'll kind of learn it. So I don't honestly see myself properly as teaching this because I don't have any students, number one. Number two, I'm not a professor. I don't have really like a lesson plan. And so what I'm doing is I'm finding the quotes and I'm discussing it. I'm sharing the quotes. So we're being like a detective. We're all, I think these quotes are helping us to little clues kind of thing. So part of this is that when I started this, I couldn't find any public teachers. If I had the funds, I'd be in New York. I'd find a psychoanalytically trained shrink. See, the condition is these shrinks, they've been analyzed themselves. So they've been through it. So they understand it. I'd find one of those guys and get an analysis and get my goal, and feel not frozen, so to speak, right? So in other words, I haven't been analyzed myself. So keep that in mind. I'm not a shrink, I'm not a therapist, I'm not a professor, doula, nutritionist, midwife. I have a humble BA, that's about it. I'm the compiler of the quotes. We now have almost 10,000 quotes to the collection. The benefit of my compiling these quotes, the benefit is that, one second, yes, sir. The benefit is that if I understand them, I think pretty much anybody's gonna understand them. Okay. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. If I do it in the lobby here, maybe I can just go out for a minute. Hold on a sec. Let's go. Whoa! Yeah, yikes! Wow. Maybe I can go in here for a minute. Hold on a sec. Aha. Hi there. Hi there. Can I just sit here for a few minutes?
Okay.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Yeah, this coffee shop attached to the hotel is usually packed At the moment, there's nobody here, so maybe I'll just sit here for a few minutes. Let's see. What about here? How's that? Okay. I know she's going to want me to buy a drink or something, so I'll just sit here for a minute. Actually, you know, maybe that's a thought. Maybe I could buy a drink and finish it here. What do you think? Oh, but they're yapping there as well, huh? I'm gonna get interrupted either way, right? Okay, let's go back. Okay. All right, just keep going here for a bit. Let's finish this up with the I'm not okay, you're okay business. It's an important theory. So if the baby is still shamed and all that, his soul, he sort of gives up on the more human side of being human, so to speak. He won't differentiate. He won't more losses. Okay, the survival personality will run the console. It'll just be either or thinking. Us, you know, we or they. It'll be this these archaic. You know, the baby wanted to take him, so it's either be eaten attitude. It's this barbaric sort of. This is a baby. This barbaric thing. It's from the baby position of the fantasy that he wanted to control the breast, devour the breast. He puts it onto the mother and says, well, it's either going to be, if I can't eat, the mother's going to eat me. So they think in this barbaric way of eat or be eaten, my greed or your greed, my envy or your envy, my envy or your envy. So that's babyhood trauma, these kinds of things. Envy and greed, these are all signs of babyhood trauma. This is not the natural temperament. Okay? So the stingers, the main emotions are hate, greed, envy, spite, vindictiveness, schadenfreude. Okay, the ingratitude, of course. Now, because they count more losses, they engage in the manic defenses. The manic defenses doesn't necessarily mean hypomania. It just means like controlling, for example, because if they control, then they won't lose the thing. If they control it, then if they don't lose the thing, then they're not triggered of loss. Because loss means you got to accept the loss, but they can't accept the loss. That's why they're so controlling. So that's one of the manic defenses. Contempt is very strong because if there is a loss, they'll just say, well, I didn't eat you anyway. So sour grapes is very strong there. And there are a few other manic defenses related to the stingers. Okay? So, hi. Is that the man? Are you the manager here? No answer. If that's the manager and she complains, I might not be able to. They might not let me. Okay. Okay, maybe not. Let's not jump to conclusions here. See, again, I noticed that I get interrupted. It takes me a while to sort of get back on track because I'm slightly triggered a little bit. You know, you interrupted. I said hi. You didn't say hi back. Huh? I noticed doing a video on the Saturday. There's a little more attention. Hi. Okay. Let's see. Everything okay? Am I too loud or? Do you speak English? Do you speak English? No? Okay. Why don't I go upstairs here? Okay, hold on a sec. Let's put this back. All right. I'm gonna go back upstairs. Okay? Okay. Or maybe because I'm filming, maybe that's why she's afraid to say something. Oh, there's still, oh, there's 3 of them. I think, okay, let's see. Hopefully they'll calm down a little bit. Can you do it in privacy? I won't try not to get them in the camera. Okay. So back where we started here. Okay. So the stingers, they take refuge in the grandiosity, the infantile megalomania. They sort of give up on sort of the feeling self, the psychological self. They hate feelings. They tend to hate woundedness or signs of pain or signs of like if someone's in pain, or they really hate that because that would mean accepting that they feel that. So you'll see this with the so-called toxic masculinity. This is for men and women, nothing to do with that. So the wounded feminine leads to the distorted or so-called toxic masculinity principle. Nothing to do with gender, right? So it's the wounded soul, that's the feminine principle. From the wounded soul, okay, joy and sadness get zooped away, that's the wounded soul. The console, the cerebral personality, that's sort of the anger there, right? So that's so-called toxic, because you're not seeing other people, you're always angry at other people are stressed by it, hence the toxic side of it, right? So the wounded feminine leads to the so-called toxic masculinity. So the toxic masculinity is like a response to the trauma. In men and women, Marion Woodman says women can be just as equally toxically so-called masculine in their attitude and their aggressive doing. So the masculine is like the doing side of things, right? But it's the reactive side. That's why it's distorted masculine. See, the generative, the healthy masculine principle comes from the healthy wounded side, the healthy wounded, the healthy feminine, sorry. So if Joy comes back to the console, she'll have the healthy masculine, because the healthy doing comes from the healthy feeling. The healthy doing comes from the healthy feeling. If the feeling's missing, then the doing is distorted. And okay, Kristen Wilson puts it like this: if you're not in your body, you're not making sense, literally. And it's disembodied discourse that causes all these confusions and problems like that. So the stingers take refuge in the anger, okay, the grandiosity, so that leads to the anger, because they lost their soul. And to maintain that so-called status and attachment to the aggressive mother, because they become the aggressive mother, that's their identity. That's a false self, that's not their real identity, that's not their true self. The true self is others. So when they shame others and say others are no good, they're shaming their true self, because the mother shamed their true self. Repetition compulsion. When there's trauma, we replay it. So mother shamed them, they shame others to replay how the mother shamed them. Negative magic gesture. So they're actually shaming and hating their own wounded soul seen onto others, and shaming others as an expression of how the mother shamed their soul. And they're sort of stuck like that. Hence the so-called. Okay, so the stingers are in that category. Now the main personality patterns of the stingers can be the Iago pattern, the bully pattern, the lower functioning BPD pattern, the narcissistic pattern, and a few other patterns which we discussed. Now if the child can manage somehow to hold on to his wounded soul, and he doesn't identify with the aggressor, if he can still maintain his wounded soul, he's more sensitive, he's more childlike, he's more anxious, I guess, if he's more visibly wounded. Okay. Now he's traumatized between 18 months and 36 months. Okay. His issue is that at 18 months he loses the grandiosity. Okay. He has some love and gratitude have halfway entered the psychological picture. Reparation, care, affection, tenderness, love and gratitude empathy, warmth, reasonable, like the reality test, have halfway entered the psychological picture. But he's sort of stuck in that midway point where he still says, I'm not okay. That's the manager who let me sit here. Let me double check that they're okay. Okay. I'll check with them. If they don't like me speaking here, geez, I gotta find some other place then. Geez, yes, I noticed a tendency here. On Saturdays, things are a little more tense around here on Saturdays in the downtown area for some reason. What is it about Saturdays? Why is there more? Sundays are good days, yeah. I can't do this outside. It's just way too hot. It's 36 degrees Celsius today. Oh no, pardon me. No, today's 39. It hit 39 today, like the official degree is 39. Plus with the heat index, it's 45. Once it was 36, but the heat index was like 49. Can you believe it? So it's pretty hot. It's hot out there, yeah. Okay. Before coming here, I was at another place. The manager said okay, but her higher manager came running down and said, no, I'm sorry, I know my junior manager said okay, but I'm her senior manager, and this is only reserved for staff functions. Okay. So I ended up here. So if the person can hold on to the original, I'm not okay, you're okay, and he's sort of stuck there, they're more childlike. They're the clingers, they're the pleasers, they're the caretakers, because they always say, I'm not okay, you're okay. Now they may look to the stingers, the infantile God ones, because they have a thing called solipsism and this infantile God thing, and they think they're so good. The clinger may think, oh, what they're going to do is a thing called sweet lemons. They're not toxically massive. They're sweet lemons. They're not bitter or acidic or hurtful. Oh, they're sweet. Sweet lemons. They lie to themselves because they want to resume development. They're looking for someone to provide support for their individuation. They've halfway separated, okay? So they've entered into the egg, let's say. They've hatched out. They lost the narcissism pretty much. They're halfway there. Now, under stress, they can go back to that when they're really stressed out. But the baseline is going to be the clinger, the caretaker, the pleasers. Now, when the pleasers are under stress, they can go back to those earlier places. But the baseline is going to be like the character Joan Stevens in the 50s sitcom, I Married Joan. I think my theory is she had the codependent place there. But in some episodes, she was very stressed and she went back to the narcissistic place. And there were even a few episodes where she went even prior to that to the bully place. I'm mainly talking about season 1. I'm still on season 1. I just finished season 1. Just started season 2. So we recently talked about the histrionic pattern. There's the codependent one, the narcissistic one, and the bully ones, the 3 versions of it, of the histrionic. So part of forgiveness is getting our parents' psychobiography. Are they the stinger? Are they the clinger? Or if it's the stinger, splitting is very pronounced. That's a sign of trauma. Okay. If they're the stinger, what kind of stinger are they? Do they just mainly shame others, to replay other mothers shame them? Do they want to control others? That's the bully pattern, because they never entered into any kind of oneness with the mother. Do they have the Iago version where they give up on all that and just want to see goodness damaged? So that's part of that. That's called honoring your parents. The true meaning of honor your parents, that phrase, honor your parents, the true meaning explained by Barry Grosskopf, I think, in his book called Forgive Your Parents, Heal Yourself. Forgive Your Parents, Heal Yourself. And the sequel, the better book, or the follow-up book, was Hidden in Plain Sight, Understanding Your Puzzling Emotions. That one there. He explains it pretty well, I thought. The true meaning of honor your parents is getting their psychobiography, understanding what they went through. Okay. One good place to start is pick up the phone, find out your parents' favorite joke. That's like a key to a theme of their concerns, their favorite joke. What's your mother's favorite joke? You'll learn a little bit about their psychology if you know their favorite jokes, for mother and father, right? What are their earliest memories? That's a clue there, right? It's those painful memories. Because the earliest memories they seem to be a clue to the overall pattern that's taking place in a person's life, those earliest memories. The Enneagram might help. Which attachment pattern? Which insecure attachment style? Reactive, disorganized, disassociative, anxious, avoidant, etc. Okay. Now, were the parents victims of the plunder system, the pillage system? Then it's not their fault, right? If the parents were traumatized by the pillage system, which began 10,000 years ago, right? Then that's part of the forgiveness. Because if they're traumatized, when there's trauma, we repeat. One way the repetition takes place is the parents are going to do unto the children what was done to them to replay what was done to them. Repetition compulsion. When we replay our trauma with others in the present, standing in for characters from the past, the fantasy is that we're somehow replaying it with the hope that we can change the past, update the past, heal the past. It's ridiculous because the present isn't the past. Nobody in the present can invent a time machine, take you back in the past, change what happened in the past. It doesn't work. But the positive intention is that there is this innate drive to get a better past. So another way of saying this is we're looking for a narrative truth. It's called the inferring mind. When we replay the past in the present is like a staging thing for the past. Now we have some clues. Repetition compulsion is like a mirror to see the interaction of the nursery. So the one shrink said to the guy, "You're telling me what kind of mother you had and how it felt being with her. Because you're acting like her and you're putting me in the role of you, wanting me to feel what you tried to feel with her, and you're acting like her." So they're replaying the whole thing, staging in the present, not enjoying the present. They're just replaying the past in the present. Yes, cognitively they know the person in the present isn't the mother or father or themselves. Emotionally, no. Emotionally, they're displacing or transferring the emotionality of the freezing area into the present. Okay, the cognitive thing is just to set the staging thing to allow the emotional to do its, to have a repetition of the emotion. So the present becomes like a new edition, a new version, a new replay. It's a theater thing. You're not enjoying the present because you're just staging the past in the present to emotionally live the past. Again, the Greenberg film, you have trouble living in the present, so you're dwelling in the past because you never really lived. It's called unfinished business. The freezing there is unfinished business. The unfinished business, we don't want to feel frozen. Okay, we want the frog to come to life and ribbit and hop. Right? We want the woolly mammoth to run free on the field. We want the statue of Echo to become back to like a living character kind of thing, okay? And so on. If we're embodied, then we're enjoying the present, we make sense, we don't need to repeat the past. If we're embodied and we make sense, that means joy is running the console. That's I'm okay, you're okay. The person can mourn, they can feel interest, their curiosity, they can express their uniqueness. Everybody's unique. That's what we all have in common. Let me just check with her. Hi, excuse me, everything okay with my speaking? Okay, thank you, okay. Ah, she said she's still okay. That's good. She seems to be the supervisor there. You know what I might do is, how are we doing here? I might run through today's quotes, and I was thinking maybe, let's see how it goes. I might update the 25 ways collectively people are replaying the childhood infantile trauma in the present collectively, so we can know what happened in the nursery, to make us conscious of what happened in the nursery. That means that the truth will set you free. The truth is the greatest hurt of all. Mother failed me. That's the greatest hurt of all. Mother failed. She failed to provide a secure attachment style. Child freezes up inside. That's provisional living, unlived life. That's the failure of the mother. Now I'm not trying to say it in the tone of trying to blame her. It's a cue that we got to understand what happened here. We got to put our detective caps on here and become Columbo here. We got to judge for the judge for the defense. We have some quotes from that TV show, Judge for the Defense. We got to be like a detective kind of thing. Got to be like Columbo or what's the guy, Rockford Files. James Rockford, was that the one? Oh yeah, the theme song's running in my mind now. Perry Mason. Who are all these detectives? So we gotta be like what's the woman from the diva one? That one there. So we gotta become detectives, right? So one way to become a detective is to find out, like we said before, find out your mother's favorite joke, their earliest memories, their attachment style. Are they a stinger or a clinger? Were they victims of the plunder system? How are they repeating? Okay, so understand their trauma. Understand your mother's trauma, your father's trauma. That's forgiveness. When you forgive, now the process of all that's called the working through process. At some point, with enough understanding, some feelings might come in, some dreams might come in. And then you can make better choices in the day, because you don't need to repeat. Once you know that it's dysfunctional to repeat, you can ease up and you don't need to repeat. It's ridiculous. We are only repeating to get us to the place where we don't need to repeat. We are repeating the past and the present because of the pain we're feeling. Somebody might say, well, I don't know what I'm feeling. Elvin Semrad says, well, that's when you're hurting the most. If you think you feel nothing, that's when you're hurting the most. That's why we are repeating, because of this innate drive for healing. We don't want to feel the pain of the petrification, the frog, and all this, right? The pain of not feeling our identity or not ourselves. Oops, hold on a sec. Let's get this guy out of the camera. This guy just sitting beside me there. So let's, okay, maybe what I'll do in that case is, let's start in with the quotes here. Let's get back up, starting with the quotes here. Hi. Okay, hold on a sec. Okay, here we go. Okay, the thing is, I got a guy sort of just staring at me. I gotta see if I can move this a bit. Hold on a sec. Okay, maybe what I'll do is let's move to the spot here. Hopefully nobody will take my keyboard. Let's see. Okay, let's try down here. Let's go back to the downstairs one. Once in a while that happens. Oh, and I got the guard there. Oh, Jesus. I can't do it there then, yeah? Oh, forget that. Hang on. Let's go back here then. I got a guy just staring at me. Jesus Christ. Maybe we'll do it here for a bit. Okay, let's just do it here for a bit then. I'll try not to get the staff. Okay, let's just begin here. In this video, we're going to do a few quotes on metaphor, and we'll begin with a continuation of the last video. So this will be 2610. We'll begin with a few quotes from Marcus Baumann. So I recommend the last video where we did the bulk of his quotes, and these 5 here from Marcus Baumann are sort of what we couldn't fit in the last video here. After Baumann's quotes, we'll do an assortment of quotes mainly on metaphor and what that is, and a couple of other loose ones here. So let's just begin here with Marcus Baumann. The neurotic can be cured. The neurotic can be cured. Again, the neurotic, right? Dysfunction, right? Repeating the past and the present, that's neurotic. Not enjoying the present because you want to replay the past, that's neurotic. Sabotaging your success and happiness because you want to be loyal to the mother because you've become her, that's neurotic. Okay, neurosis is the petrification of an infantile conflict that's repressed. Okay, and we're repeating it, that's neurotic. The neurotic can be cured only by the achievement of an identity that is more fruitful than the dysfunction or neurosis, but which at the same time allows the recognition of the forces that created it. Yeah, so we want to recognize the forces that created the dysfunction, and then at the same time achieve some sense of identity that's more fruitful, more satisfying than the painful, familiar repetition compulsion of being married to mom psychologically. Okay, you feel safe with mom, but it's painful with her, and there's a sort of a certain familiar pain. We never got enough of mother's love to know ourselves. If we can forgive her, then it's more fruitful to have our own identity. Once we get to that place where it's more fruitful to have our own identity, okay, but to get there, you got to recognize the forces that created the dysfunction. Okay, that's a general one here. Okay, we defend ourselves. We defend ourselves against something. We defend ourselves against something. What time is it here? Why is it so busy here? What is this? 2:30. All right. We defend ourselves against something that does not yet exist and cannot be defined. We defend ourselves against something that does not yet exist and cannot yet be defined. The healthier version of ourselves. That's what we're afraid of. We're afraid of the healthier version of ourselves. We're afraid of that, right? And we defend ourselves against that because we're scared of it. We're scared of our own healthier version of ourselves. This problem of defense is the kernel of psychoanalytic theory and psychotherapeutic practice. Okay? We're looking for the healthier version of ourselves, and we defend, we resist that. We're afraid. Okay, next one here. The neurotic has invariably an acute sense of needing to belong, of not belonging, and of being punished because of his failure to belong. Yeah. Okay, the task of psychotherapy is to ameliorate the anger and the guilt in this dependent stance towards the world and to help the client to achieve trust in himself. So this is called, like, if you don't feel connected to others kind of thing. That's an insecure attachment style, basically. You're attached to others in a very insecure way. Hence, you don't really, because you didn't really belong with the mother rejected you, you didn't belong with the mother, that's the template. And we are replaying that. Okay? So we have this sense of wanting to have a safe attachment, not having it, and the fear around it. And this carries on as a template. So therefore, the task of therapy is to ease up on all this and move towards trusting ourselves. The third ear. The third ear. We're looking for the third ear. The metaphoric mind. The analytic mind. The third ear. Some people call it the third ear. A guy named Theodore Reich came up with this. The third ear listens for what has not been said before, what has never been heard in the public domain, and is still looking for an acceptable form of expression. A successful psychoanalysis is one which finds this and cultivates it. You know, I'm wondering if that lady who didn't want to say hello to me then called up the guard there. It's just staring at me there. Oh, Jesus, is that what it is? Oh, if they're going to be paranoid on me, I'm going to maybe come back to this place now. Oh, now he's turned to stare at me this way. Oh, Jesus Christ. He must be some kind of a... Where am I going to go? Jesus Christ. This guy keeps staring at me no matter which way I turn. Huh? All right, hold on a second. I can't go in there. Let's see. How about down here? Okay, he's not there at the moment, so maybe I can go back down after all. Okay, let's try this. It's hard to do this thing when some angry guy is just staring at you. Jesus. Let's go back to that brown chair over there. You know, maybe what triggered them, that went into that coffee shop. Maybe that's what triggered them. Jesus. All right, let's go back here. Yeah, you got all sorts of characters running around, right? So I guess they have to be careful, right? Oh, he's back. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, and the lady's back. Oh, and the guard's back. Oh, Jesus Christ. It seems like everywhere I go, 2 or 3 people swarm around me. Are you okay? Are you okay if I sit here? Yeah? She keeps sitting beside me, but she doesn't say anything. Okay? Jesus. Okay, let's see if I can do a few quotes here. Yeah, wherever I go, I notice I triggered some kind of security system in this hotel. They're all swarming around me here. Get the next one here. The third ear. We'll talk about the third ear next time. Okay. Blaming our memories. So that's something we don't want to do. We don't want to blame our memories, right? Blaming memories may be considered a form of defense. It says, I can't become who I am because of what happened in the past. I can't become who I am because I'm a victim of the past. And you're sort of stuck with that frozen metaphor. Implicitly or explicitly, this argument is used always as a way of avoiding the task of psychoanalysis, which is to strengthen the self so that it is able to use what has happened in the past to create something better in the future. Okay, so this idea that, well, this happened, I don't know what to do about it. Well, this argument is always used as a way of avoiding the task of healing, going on the second journey of midlife. That's a painful thing to in yesterday's video, Bauman had a good quote. He says, the future is always trying to break free from the past. That was a pretty good one, the last one there. Okay, So again, this argument is always used as a way of avoiding the task of therapy, which is to strengthen the self so that it is able to use what has happened in the past, to create something better in the future. That Masterson puts it this way. He says, the baby and the mother had some kind of battle, right? The baby had to use defense mechanisms. That's why defense mechanisms are used, because the mother's the aggressor. The baby has to defend himself with these tricks of the mind. Baby's doing like little kung fu moves in his mind. He's defending himself from the abusive mother, so that the baby fails. So there's the ashes. So you got to go back to the place of the ashes and start from there. So those are Bowman here. Next one. Oh, they don't seem to mind me. Okay, I'll just keep going. A trusting, working relationship with the therapist. A trusting, working, warm. So apparently Masterson said every client tests the therapist with 2 questions. Are you safe? And do you know what you're doing? So if the therapist so-called passes the test, and it's going to depend on, and depending on if the person's a stinger, to pass the test, it's going to be different. If the person's a clinger, his approach will be a little different that way, right? So finally, it's so-called a therapeutic alliance, a working relationship, where the 2 of them work together. Okay. A trusting, working relationship with the therapist. A single metaphor says it all. Quote, one cannot hatch an egg from a refrigerator. Again, one cannot hatch an egg in a refrigerator. One cannot hatch an egg in a refrigerator. So the client is afraid and all this, right? Okay, next one here. Metaphor and trauma. One image is the bag lady and her bag of jewels. This reminds me of so that lady must be some kind of owner. Yeah, okay, she's obviously the manager of the owner or something. I must have triggered them when I went to that coffee shop and they all freaked out. So she called up all of her guys. Hey guys, watch this guy. Who is he? What's he doing? So now she feels safe because she's wandering around. Okay. I'm a very nice guy. Once you know me, you feel safe. Metaphor and trauma. So the bag lady and her bag. Yeah, but some people are very. Some people can really project intensely. If they have a need to really project something, and you're safe, they'll be convinced. Who are you? Again, that could be the prejudice from the stranger anxiety of the father removing the baby from the mother, or the mother removed the baby from her. So the mother's the stranger anxiety. It could be from there. See? So that pain is going to come out. So prejudice, or this irrational, exaggerated fear of somebody, so-called, so you're a stranger. Okay, that's a projection to know what's repressed. What's repressed is the baby created an image of a scary something. Okay, that scary something is a piece of artwork to describe and hold the baby's projected feelings because of the mother's tune. See, shall I compare thee to an onion? It's a layered thing. A trusting, the bag lady and her bag of jewels. So it reminds me of the painting Stepping Out by Roy Lichtenstein. Stepping Out. Okay. So check out that painting called Stepping Out by Roy Lichtenstein. On one side of the painting, you see the guy living the provisional life, the unlived life. He's devitalized. He feels unreal. Sometimes it's called feeling unreal. Who am I? This kind of. Now, on the other side of the painting was his bag of jewels, his vibrancy, all his golden potential, his golden ball, all his feelings. So that you can see how he's disconnected from himself. Now, all of the energy, by the way, on that left side of the painting, that's called the id. His bag of jewels. I'm not saying we should eliminate metaphor from our clients' speech. I am saying that in the process of healing a wounded mind, specificity of language is healing. So we want to articulate things. So we need both. We need the metaphor to link, and then we need to be a little specific. Quote, the journey as a metaphor for the ongoing action of searching and understanding ourselves. So this is a very common metaphor for the second journey of midlife. Odysseus, he went on this journey, this ocean journey, right? It's a metaphor for this journey of searching for ourselves, understanding which defense mechanisms we're using, finding how we're frozen inside emotionally. We are concerned with loosening. We are concerned with loosening and unpacking these metaphors that have become frozen in narrative positions and that then serve the organizing purpose we know them to have. Again, hold on a second. We are concerned with loosening and unpacking these metaphors that have become frozen in narrative positions and that then serve the organizing purpose we know them to have. We may find the opportunity to beneficially replace one metaphor with another. Okay, so this point was here, maybe we can update our metaphors. So this is something that needs a lot of work on. If we say we feel like the petrified frog. So I experimented with the frozen woolly mammoth. Let's say he's pregnant and the baby's fine. So instead of just saying we feel like that frozen woolly mammoth in that block of ice up in Siberia, let's say we feel like him, but there's an alive baby inside that's doing okay, that's protected. The retranscription of affective memories is facilitated by means of metaphor. The function of a frozen or foreclosed metaphor is especially evident in cases of trauma. So here's the idea. The more trauma there is, the more the metaphor for us is so-called like an injunction. It's like foreclosed, it's set, and you have these false beliefs. I'm okay, you're not okay. That's foreclosed. Prejudice is for either or. That's a frozen metaphor. That's a frozen metaphor. Either or thinking, all or nothing thinking. Okay. The more traumatized the baby is, the more the person's going to go through life seeing things in either or. That's a frozen metaphor. It's constant. Either or. The splitting mechanism. Either or. Me good, you bad. We got to update our metaphors. Okay. One version is called the third side of the coin. We want to search for the third side of the coin. The third side of the coin holds the other two sides. The third side of the coin is a circle. It's continuous, as perfect as understanding itself. As the circle is continuous, just like understanding itself. This continuous understanding. The third side is always this continuous understanding, because there's always two sides to a story. If you, even the side you don't like, well, you got to go deeper, and there's deeper trauma there. If somebody has the Iago pattern, they only have envy, well, they were very abused in that case. So there's seeing things in a more three-dimensional way. You know. So we've got to update our metaphors. When metaphors are frozen, the correspondence between different domains is fixed. So that meaning is also fixed. Whereas in an open, generative, fluid metaphor, there is a play of similarity and difference that is absent in frozen metaphors. So this sort of fluid, open, generative metaphor tries to go back and forth between the common similarities, common differences, but common similarities. It's more like that, right? When memory is traumatic, metaphor tends to be, so our description of what happened to us, that's like a metaphor. Right? We never have, the quote from Goethe from the last video, he says, we never have any word, all words are just substitutes for the actual experience. So all words are almost like metaphors, he said. When memory is traumatic, metaphor tends to be fixed and frozen in that it loses its playful as-if aspect. Thus, the individual experiences a more rigid fit between the present and the past. A compulsive need to force a similarity between the past and the present. There you go. This is a pretty good quote here from Modell. Arnold Modell seems to be the main guy in this area. Modell. Again, when memory is traumatic, the metaphor, our templates or whatever, tends to be fixed and frozen in that it loses its fluid, playful, as-if quality. Maybe it could be this, maybe that happened, could have been that, or is there potential? Who would we be had we been loved? So there's some of this as-if aspect is missing. Thus, the individual experiences a more rigid fit between the past and the present. And yesterday there was a quote where the lady said, "I know, dear boyfriend, you're not my mother, but you really feel exactly just like her. I don't understand why, but you really feel like you're really my mother, but I know you're not." That's the frozen fixed thing. A compulsive need to force a similarity between the past and the present. A compulsive need to force a similarity between the past and the present. Here's where falling in love is good. Because in the falling in love thing, the person in the present, you meet somebody in the present, they have some kind of attributes or qualities that remind you of your mother. So the person in the present triggers the mother. That's the falling in love part. It's the infantile place. So you're triggered back, fall back to the infantile place. So now you're going to be reminded of the mother. Okay. So now you're back with the relationship prior to the trauma with the mother. So there's this great hope. And what does the baby need with the mother? They need the bliss, the symbiosis, the unico mystica. That's like the honeymoon blissful period, right? In the honeymoon phase of marriage, there's like a revival or an echo of the bliss the baby felt with the oneness of the mother. Right? So the person in the present reminds the person of the mother. Okay, so now the partner in the present is seen emotionally as the partner. Okay? So there's the compulsive need to force a similarity between the past and the present. So the partner is going to be seen compulsively as the mother in the past. Now, the excitement is that because you're back with the bliss of the mother, it's like a second chance. The person's going to say to the partner, "Okay, partner in the present, I have a fantasy unconsciously that you're going to be a good version of my mother that should have existed originally in the nursery." That's why there's this compulsive need to force a similarity between the past and the present, because of the unfinished business with the mother. Unfinished business with the mother. There's this compulsive need to force a similarity between the past and the present. You see, because the unfinished business with the mother. So the partner reminds the person of the mother. So there's this compulsive need to emotionally relate to the partner as if they're the mother. So there's one play is called "I Love You, You're Perfect, Now Change." Well, if this lady beside me is the boss, maybe I'll ask her if I can come back next time. Okay, seeing things as good and bad is in itself a frozen metaphor, the splitting defense. Art must break down this for its freshness. So the purpose of art is to create metaphors to bridge the unconscious and the conscious. Maybe like that Stepping Out painting by Roy Lichtenstein. By the way, that painting called Stepping Out by Roy Lichtenstein has also won a Golden Windmills of the Mind Award. As mentioned earlier, there have been so far up to date 21 Golden Windmills of the Mind Awards that were issued. One went to the work of Jed Elliott, another one went to that painting called Stepping Out by Roy Lichtenstein. The next one here. Kanner's metaphor of the refrigerator mother is matched perfectly by Tuscan's, whoever he is, Tuscan's image of the frozen child. You know, maybe, I'm going to speculate here, maybe if the baby is relating to the plastic bottle, okay, he may energetically identify with the plastic bottle and become frozen and have the feeling like the plastic bottle. So the plastic bottle was the refrigerator mother, the cold, refusing. That doesn't mean like physically, like degrees Celsius cold, just like just rejecting, cold, not seeing the baby, refusing the baby. So the mother's cold and rejecting that way. Okay. And he may be forced or compelled to have an attachment The more the mother's love is unavailable, the more the baby clings to the refrigerator. So maybe he may bodily, energetically identify with the plastic bottle and become emotionally, and then emotionally take on the refusing qualities of the plastic bottle and have like an emotional representation or byproduct of that, so he feels frozen inside that way by the refrigerator mother, meaning the stone breast, the alexthymic, the plastic bottle breast. I'll have to follow up on that one. That's a tough one there. Okay, next one here. If we assume that childhood patterns are frozen like woolly mammoths in the Arctic tundra, we will be less likely to ask why a maladaptive pattern from childhood persists into the adult present. Oh yeah, so she says here a little warning about an overemphasis on frozen metaphors. If we just say, it's like labels. You say he's a that. Don't say he's a that. Don't say he's a narcissist. That's like a frozen thing. You're not going to see the humanity of the person. Just say he's a human being. He's a traumatized version of himself. And the traumatized version is the narcissistic part. So he's a human being who possesses or has or adopts or uses the narcissistic pattern or personality pattern. So that's open, like he's a human being first. So Karen Horney makes a very strong emphasis about this. Karen Horney is one of our mentors here. So we're humans with the pattern. We're human beings with some false beliefs. We're human beings with these frozen metaphors. We're human beings with these frozen metaphors. Okay, so don't just say someone he is, fill in the blank. That's why we avoid labels as much as possible. When we're angry and when we're stressed, we use labels. He's a that, he's a this. But that's a regression to the narcissistic place of the I'm okay, you're not okay. See, under stress, I might do it too. If I'm kind of upset, I might say, oh, he's a fill in the blank. And then it takes a minute later, I'll go, oh, okay, he's doing his job, or he's in this situation, maybe his boss told him to do this, or such and such. I do. If I'm but that's not really my baseline. A minute later, I kind of replay it, and okay. Oh, the lady's. She reminds me, if you want something to help you fall asleep, you can listen to one of my videos, because I can't express too much emotion here, so that might be tiring on a person, and that might help them to fall asleep. If you listen, work in progress on my part. Okay, next one here. Okay, the difference between therapy and like analytic therapy and just so-called supportive counseling. So there's a general consensus that there's a difference between what's called supportive counseling. There now. Okay. For example, reassurance, advice giving, problem solving, encouragement, consolidation of self-esteem. You can do it. Prevention of regression. Keep it together. I remember Eddie Murphy had a thing there. His license plate, KIT, KIT. Keep it together, keep it together. Prevention of regression. Maintenance of existing defense mechanisms. Hold on, just keep doing what you're doing. Right? So in other words, maintenance of what they're doing. So these are all considered kind of supportive, just to get through a person. It's like a band-aid it's like a band-aid. It's not about interpretations, it's not about healing, it's not about mourning, it's not about changing psychic structure, it's not about finding your true self. So supportive therapy is not about finding your true self. So supportive therapy says, well, you have a false self, it's not working, well, let's give you some cookies and you'll feel better, and you go back to your false self. So supportive therapy is just about making you feel better in the moment. Analytic therapy is about getting better. Okay? So that's a common question. Do you just want to feel better for the moment? Eat a cookie. Okay? Or do you want to get better? Analyze. What are you emotionally really hungry for? And go there. Work on that and talk about that. And talk about what are you really hungry for. And then mourn the loss of the sweet love that you didn't get. The sweetness that we didn't get. So we look for synthetic sweetness in the cookie that's symbolic of the real love sweetness that was missing. See, repetition compulsion. Got the sunlight on. How's the lighting here? Got the sun coming in on me. Let's see. How's that? Another metaphor here. Often participants use the metaphor of silos to signify their embodied experience of isolation. Being, quote, siloed represents a hard surface, a frozen metaphor. Our simple question to organizational participants, quote, what is it like to work here? Don't want to get on the camera here. Okay. See, I'm right by the elevator. That's another annoyance. Okay. But yeah, so this therapist was saying, they asked people at a company, what's it like to work here? How do you feel working in this company? And some of them said, yeah, I feel isolated. I feel like I'm siloed here. That's a frozen metaphor. That's the frozen metaphor. It's not, so the idea is to change your metaphor. Maybe you can at least say, well, a part of me feels siloed. That's a start. Just say, a part of me feels siloed. Don't say you're totally siloed. The metaphor of the lonely wolf was introduced in the therapeutic dialogue to capture his psychological position. And so one therapist said to the person, you must feel like a lonely wolf, hungry, alone. Next one here. Healing does not eradicate previous patterns. Rather, it creates new layering of options to respond in different ways. So we're adding there's two theories about this. We're adding new neural networking. So we got the networking laid down in the first 5 years. Okay, the idea is maybe we can add some new networks, new tracks that are healthier, and move more of our energy from the old painful tracks and move it over into the more healthy tracks. So we want to lay down these new tracks. But to do that, I agree with Menninger. You got to unpick, you got to use some of those old tracks and move it over to the new tracks. You got to unpick the threads of a traumatic script and use those threads to weave a new, healthier script. It's not really an either-or thing. I think there's a blurring of the two. Some people say just lay down new tracks and then go on the new tracks. But in order to lay down those new tracks, you got to take some of the tracks from the old and put it into the new. You got to be creative that way. So that's why the metaphor, you bridge the two, take the old, put it into the new. That's the creative side of things. I don't think it's that simple just to lay down new tracks. If it were that simple, then the behavioral approach would work. Right? You read a book on behavioralism. We'll just do this and do this and do this. Lay down new. It doesn't work. You got to face the painful truth in order to loosen up the tracks to lay down new tracks. Let's just, okay, we got two more left here. Susceptibility to trauma. A strong tendency to identification, narcissism. In the artist, so one about the artist, are related. Closely related to this is a traumatophilia, compelling the artist to seek and then overcome the trauma in a continual repetition. From the latent frustration belongs the artist's fantasy. They are spared neurosis to the degree that they succeed in overcoming their conflicts through artistic sublimation. So his theory about artists, many artists have a trauma, and to the degree that they sublimate the repetition compulsion of that trauma into art, and they're dependent on the constant art productions to replay the trauma, and they might be stuck in that frozen area. So in the trauma, a person can go back to narcissism, right? In trauma, we can regress to the narcissistic place. So many artists may be operating from that narcissistic place. Narcissism means they want to be one-up, superior, so if they produce some artwork. Over here. Okay, we're almost finished here. Last one here. Ritual, behavior to be called ritual. Okay, for privacy here, let me get away from the conversation. Hold on a second. Let's go this way. Oh yeah, I got a feeling I shouldn't come back here. I got a lot of... oh yeah, now it's busy, huh? So when I got here it wasn't busy, but now it's getting busier. Yeah, okay. Oops. Oh, that guy's still there. Oh, Jesus Christ. Huh? Oh, that's annoying, huh? Always sitting at my spot, for Pete's sakes. Oh, Jesus Christ. Hold on a sec. Let me, I'm gonna have to put this down for a second, get my bag. The guy's sitting right beside my bag. Hold on a sec. Hold on a second. Okay, I guess I'm gonna have to. Let's just go over here for a bit. All right. So we're almost done for today's video. Let's see. So, okay, this should be okay for a bit, a few minutes here. Oh, another very choppy, bouncy video. I much prefer the smooth videos where I'm in a nice enclosed room. What's the last one again? When metaphors are frozen. Oops, oh, here it is. Oh yeah, ritual. Yeah. So here's an interesting thing about ritual. Somebody said this. We need more rituals, right? Song, dance, and ritual. So what's ritual? Behavior to be called ritualization in man must consist of an agreed upon interplay between at least two persons who repeat it at meaningful intervals and in recurring contexts, and that this interplay should have adaptive value for both participants. Erik Erikson, yeah, so I thought we'd end on a strong quote here. Erik Erikson, again, behavior to be called ritualization in man must consist of an agreed upon interplay between at least two persons who repeat it at meaningful intervals and in recurring contexts, and that this interplay should have adaptive value for both participants. So let's say the husband and wife have a ritual to make I statements. Twice a week, okay, they set the container, okay? So they ring the bell, have some smudge the room, so they go at night, create a separate room, okay, put a nice oriental carpet on the floor, put some flowers in the middle, and smudge themselves, and set the intention, and say a little prayer. Okay, may this ritual that we now embark upon, may we create a space that is a safe place for our ritual of making I statements together. May we have this process, may this process help us. I don't know, some kind of prayer. A lot of books offer little prayers to set up the ritual. Okay, so you set the intention, kind of thing, and then you begin the ritual. So the couple sitting on the floor, on cushions, right, have a talking stick format, and there's an agreed upon a protocol, right? So one person can say what's going on with them. Okay, so in other words, something got triggered, right? They don't blame the partner. They just say, you know, when that happened, when you didn't do the dishes, I was triggered. It brought up an old fear of me from childhood. Okay, so you not doing this and that brought up an old fear from childhood. And what happened and this old fear of, and you name the fear. Fill in the blank, right? Not being wanted or something. And so what happened in childhood was I had a need for participation, inclusion, community, safety, warmth, I had this need as a child, and when that didn't get met, and so in childhood I had that experience, it didn't get met. I felt back then a certain anger around that. Fear and anger came up. Those emotions came up. So you not doing dishes or whatever brought up all this. So she's making it about herself. She's not trying to blame the guy. She's just trying to point out that what he did was like a trigger thing. So he didn't. The husband doesn't cause that kind of great pain from the childhood, right? The partner just did something that reminded the person as a child of when the great pain occurred originally, and it's sort of buried there. It hasn't been aired out. So she's trying to air it out. So she's saying to the partner, when you did this, brought up an old fear of such and such. Okay? And the story I told myself was, I'm not wanted or something. And feelings and needs. I had these needs, you named the needs, and the feelings that came up. And she might say, if she reacted to him in a difficult way, she can apologize and say, well, when you didn't do that, I said such a thing. That was like a knee-jerk reaction to what happened. If I could do it over, maybe I would clarify up front that I was triggered about something in the past. And a reminder, that I'm not the best version of myself when I'm triggered like this. So she's making it about herself. She's trying to make an I statement. That's called an I statement. As a child, I had a need for connection and safety and some kind of like warm affiliation, some kind of acceptance and some kind of play, some kind of like to be seen and to grow and to contribute and to share. So the person might describe some of the needs they had and how it didn't get met and how the person felt lonely and scared and all this. And the story they told themselves, they're not wanted, the story, they made up a story. So all that came up. That childhood stuff came up in the present by the present trigger. Okay? So now the partner is, says, aho. They'll say, aho. Like that's the ritual. Aho, I heard you. Not with judgment or not cynical, just I heard you. Listening with the third ear. So he listens with the third ear. Okay, a neutral third side of the coin, compassionate third ear. It's called Wei Wu Wei, I think. Action by not acting. Wei Wu Wei, the Tai Chi symbol. Something like that. I'll have to follow up on that one. Where you don't do anything, but you're doing something by not doing something. So the listener is not doing anything, but he's doing a lot by not doing anything. That's called Wei Wu Wei, or the way of the Tao, or something like that. So in ritual, we want to engage in the way of the Tao, the Tao Te Ching, the Tao, the Tai Chi symbol, right? So then that woman might say, she might have some kind of request finally. So at the end of all that, she might make some kind of request. So in the future, dear husband, if there's a change and you're not going to do the dishes, can you let me know beforehand so at least I feel that we're a team in the household and you're not taking just me for granted like this or something? Because if you take me for granted, I'm going to be triggered of how my parents and siblings took me for granted. They go, okay, I got it. I'm so glad this has come up. And now the marriage is becoming like fine wine because it's intimate. Intimacy. So he feels that she shared her truth, what's alive for her, and So this could be like a ritual. Twice a week, they set a space. Okay, before they enter into the room. First they set it up. Put a carpet in the cushions, and put some flowers around, and a talking stick or something, and have an agreed upon time frame, maybe 1 hour, 90 minutes or something. 90 minutes seems to be a common one, maybe 2 hours. Well, whatever's agreed upon between the two. And then some protocol. Okay, I'll make an I statement, okay, then you make an I statement. We'll each have a turn, and then we'll do another round where we may discuss freely what we learned about what we just went through. So that could be like a ritual. So this is so the theory is humans need rituals, okay, to deal with anxiety. How are we doing here with time? 2.5, yeah. You know, I'm not going to have time to go through the 25 points. It takes me at least an hour to go through the 25 ways we replay the past and the present. I only have 30 minutes left. Unless I do a super accelerated. No, let's save it. Let's save it. Especially in this environment where I'm getting interrupted all the time. Ritual again. Behavior to be called ritualization in man must consist of an agreed upon interplay between at least two persons who repeat it at meaningful intervals, or the two just twice a week go to the family therapist. That's a ritual. That's a ritual. The couple goes to couples therapy once a week or twice a week, let's say, and that's a ritual, and they agree on it. And if there's going to be some changes, well, they got to discuss it. But ideally, you would discuss it in the therapy process. Not break the container, not break the ritual. Right? So the ritual is like a safe kind of... It evokes a level of safety to allow feelings to come up. The feelings come up, feel it to heal it. So Homo sapiens had song, dance, and ritual. I'm going to assume Homo bodoensis may have had song, dance, and ritual. Whatever. So when we became Homo sapiens, we had song, dance, and ritual, just to deal with ordinary anxiety, maybe the weather or things we don't know about, or maybe there were some jealousies in relationship. But they didn't have envy. Interestingly enough, they weren't stingers. They weren't bullies or stingers or cynics. They didn't have this schadenfreude or all this harmful... They didn't have vindictiveness. They didn't have these kinds of things, because all babies were loved, right? So we had song, dance, and ritual. And then, now 10,000 years ago, we became Homo traumicus, or Homo economicus, with the discovery of farming and agriculture. Humans got a huge burst in serotonin, beyond and above the regular serotonin that the baby gets when they're loved. We got this extra burst that was like over the top. It's kind of like winning the lottery, let's say. So should we talk about Homo? I'm not sure if I should go into that one now. You know, maybe I can play like a little musical break here. Oh, there's the security guard. Well, I guess that's what he must be, like the security guard or something. But boy, he looks like a tired. He looks pretty tired. All right. Haggard, I guess. Let's see. Maybe, let's see. Hold on a sec. You know what? Let's play. Oh yeah, I've got an upbeat song here. I want to play an upbeat song. I think today has been not my most upbeat video. I guess you must notice a little bit of my sadness with all of these interruptions. Let's take a musical break here. I'm gonna play Just What I Needed. Just What I Need, an upbeat song. So here's a song called Just What I Needed. Unfortunately, I don't have my good speaker with me, so I only have like the built-in mini speaker in the laptop here. So here's Just What I Needed by the Cars. there's not a bad cover by a cruise ship band. Just What I Needed. Something Joko band or something on the cruise ship. They did a pretty good cover. I didn't find anybody offering a decent cover of that song, so I'm just sticking with the original. Hopefully it got through. If you didn't hear the past 3 minutes, it's because YouTube blocked it and I had to trim it out. But that's our second song from the Cars we played to our soundtrack. The first one was called Drive. Yeah. Oh, we have it right here, Drive. That's not a bad song. Oh yeah. That's a melancholic song. Okay. So we played Drive and we have Just What I Needed. 2 songs from them. So in this video, in this very unusual, awkward video, to tell you the truth, in this dark location, this new place here, I think the issue with this whole, it's the lighting issue here. This place doesn't get any light. Yeah, that's all it is. If they brighten this place up, this could be alright. You know, just add some more lights, add some more plants, like maybe some like a fish, like some aquariums or something. Have some birds, or this place could be like a fun little. This would be a good, like a coffee place actually. Right? Oh my God, you could convert this into there's a lot of potential here. Okay, never mind. So in this video, we did a few quotes from Marcus Bowman. For more of his quotes, check out the last video, 2609. And I really enjoyed Bowman's quotes here from yesterday and the few we began with here. The neurotic can be cured only by the achievement of an identity that is more fruitful than dysfunction, but which at the same time allows the recognition of the forces that created it. So that's the second journey, to recognize the forces that created our neurosis. Right? We got to recognize this. Okay, this is self-compassion. We're trying to survive a difficult environment. As babies, we had a very difficult environment with double binds, being gaslit. Music is not there, mother's not getting it. Okay, so we got to recognize our forces around, which led to our templates, and then that's the issue, right? We defend ourselves against something that doesn't yet exist and cannot be defined. Go, I know not whither, and bring back I know not what. The healthier version of ourselves. Okay, go, I know not whither, and bring back I know not what. Is we're looking for the healthier version of ourselves. This problem of defense is the kernel, or resistance to that, is the kernel of therapy. The neurotic has invariably an acute sense of needing to belong, of not belonging. That's the insecure attachment style. This issue, we want to upgrade from an insecure attachment style to a secure attachment style. So that's the hero's journey, or the second journey, mid-traveler, the journey. We want to upgrade from an insecure attachment style. Okay? An insecure attachment style is anything other than I'm okay, you're okay. And get it to a secure attachment style, which is normal, healthy development of I'm okay, you're okay. Okay? So this quote here says, the task of therapy is to help one to move towards an insecure attachment style to a secure attachment style. They give the parents, resolve splitting, differentiate, working through mourning process, mourning the loss of the good parent that should have existed, that never existed, mourning all the time lost of who you would have been had you been loved, all that time lost. That's a huge loss. Not knowing our gifts and not expressing our real self. What a huge loss. This great potential, this bag of jewels and buried, you know. What a real lot. Got to go in the mourning process. The third ear. Okay, the third ear helps. The third ear means the third ear listens for what has not been said before. So you're open, right? You do nothing, and that's doing something. Wei, Wu, Wei, right? The Tao. That's the third ear. So the third ear is also the Tao Te Ching, right? The Wei. The third ear. The third ear listens for what has not been said before, what has never been heard openly before and is still looking for an acceptable form of expression. So we have this need to free associate, express our sadness. Right? So therapy, a successful therapy is one which finds this voice and cultivates it via wei wu wei, the third side of the coin, or the third ear, right? Doing, not doing. Just blaming the past is a defense mechanism. Just blaming your parents. Yeah, bad parent, nothing I can do about it, bad luck, just leave it at that. Well, go to TQ 2599. The first quote offered from the TV show Route 66. Go to that one. That's a very good quote about the metaphor. Go to that one, TQ 2599. Look up TQ 2599, just done recently. The first one there from Route 66. Okay? Blaming memories may be considered a form of defense. It says, quote, I can't become who I am because of what happened in the past. I can't become who I am because I'm a victim of the past. Again, go to that one, 2599. Did I say 66? I meant to say 99. 2599, TQ 2599. Go to that one. Implicitly or explicitly, this argument is used as a way of avoiding the task of therapy, which is to strengthen the self, so that build the ego, build a nest, strengthen the self. Okay? Interpretations, conscious confrontation, clarifications, I statements, free association, dream interpretation. It's like this in my soul today. Read the letter from your dreams. Okay? And which is to strengthen the self so that it is able to use what has happened in the past to create something better in the future. I don't think lemons to lemonade is a very good metaphor, but unpick the threads of a traumatic script, use those threads to weave into a healthier script. A trusting working relationship. A single metaphor says it all. One cannot hatch an egg in a refrigerator. So think about a relationship. If you're afraid of your partner, if you're always on eggshells around them, you're not going to develop. Right? So a lot of dysfunctional marriages, they become very devitalized. No one's developing because one cannot hatch an egg in a refrigerator. Psychoanalysis looks for an egg in a basket that's missing. That's a basket, it's not a refrigerator. We don't want a refrigerator, we want a basket to hold the egg. Then in the warmth of the warm basket, the egg, the feelings can come, the potential can come up. We talked about the lady in the bag of jewels. The process of healing a wounded mind. In the process of healing a wounded mind, specificity of language is healing. So we want to avoid vague generalizations. Go on, I hear you, you said this, and go on. Because vague generalizations, being vague and unclear, that's a defense mechanism. This vagueness is an attempt to get merging with someone. That's a regression. If you're being specific, that means you're facing the truth. So we need the detail, right? We are concerned with loosening and unpacking these metaphors that have become frozen in narrative positions and that then serve the organizing purpose we know them to have. So we want to loosen, warm up. Right? We may find the opportunity to we may then find the opportunity to beneficially replace one metaphor with another. So we're looking for, as Arnold Modell keeps saying, we want to upgrade frozen metaphors to generative, fluid, open metaphors. Something that includes possibility, something that includes the third ear, okay? Something that has the wei, wu wei, the Tao quality, doing by not doing, the less is more kind of thing, the openness. The retranscription of affective memories is facilitated by means of metaphor. The function of a frozen or foreclosed metaphor is especially evident in cases of trauma. Interesting idea of the frozen metaphor. That means we're stuck. If Modell says when there's a frozen metaphor, there's your splitting, your either or thinking, your repetition compulsion, do the same thing over and over. Okay, that's a frozen metaphor. You're stuck at this frozen thing. Maybe if we can see the past in a new light, somehow, see, we don't change the past, but we can ultimately change the effect the past has on us. That's the idea. We don't literally change anything in the past, but we can change the effect the past has on us if we can sort of update the metaphor from frozen to open, fluid, and generative. When metaphors are frozen, the correspondence between different domains is fixed, so that meaning is also fixed. Yeah, past and present, right? Whereas in an open metaphor, there is a play of similarity and difference. Yeah, so an open metaphor, there's a play of similarity and difference between the past and the present, which is absent in frozen metaphors. Frozen metaphors, you're enraged at your partner because you emotionally think they're hurting you the way the parent hurt us. Right? So a very good example of this is the song "Turn to Stone" by Jeff Lynne. I think that's a very good example of a frozen metaphor. So the character in the song, okay, so the protagonist in the song, turned to stone, as a baby, felt emotionally petrified, turned to stone. Okay, Alex Stymie, they don't know their feelings. Okay, they feel numb, unreal, etc. Okay. The protagonist in the song, meets a lady who reminds him of the mother. Emotionally, he thinks that the partner is the one who can cause him to turn to stone. And he says in the song, "If you leave me, dear partner, I turn to stone because of you." He can't tell the difference between the past and the present. He thinks the partner is the parent turning him to stone. No, he already had turned to stone, metaphorically, from the mother. The partner doesn't cause that. So that's called the frozen metaphor, if you're going to blame your partner for what the mother did. See? So when feelings come up, take it to the source. Okay? Find out your mother's favorite joke, your father's favorite joke, their earliest memories. Honor your parents. Okay, take it to the source. Morton Keysan, look up TQ 2591 and 2 for more on this point. It's a very good point. Morton Keysan, in our search engine here, type in Kisen. Read those quotes, 25, 91, 92, I believe. Yeah, pretty sure that's it. The feelings you're having, when you're triggered, take it up with your parents. Take it to the true source. That's the healing effort. Now, if you're afraid to do so, that's because you're still trying to save them, protect them. You see, no baby can save a parent. It's dysfunctional to spend your life trying to save your mother. Understand her, forgive her, then you can differentiate. When memory is traumatic, metaphor tends to be fixed and frozen in that it loses its playful as-if aspect. So the playful as-if aspect of metaphors are meant to be open, fluid, and generative. There's a playful as-if aspect. You're open to seeing the two sides of the story. You're willing to study psychoanalysis, the theory of psychoanalysis. It's very helpful. Thus, the individual experiences are more rigid. Yeah, if you don't, right? When a memory is traumatic, metaphor tends to be fixed and frozen. Thus, the individual experiences a more rigid fit, a more tight fit between past and present, a compulsive need to force similarity between the past and the present. Oh boy, yeah. I think that's the best. That's my favorite quote here in this batch, 2610. This one right here. So like the song "Turn to Stone," Jeff Lynne, he had this compulsive need to see his partner as someone who's turning him to stone. And if you look up the lyrics to the song, he says there, "Don't leave," and he tries to guilt trip her. He says, "You're making me turn to stone, so you can't leave." Whoa, so he had this real demanding, compulsive need to force a similarity between the past and the present. But no, the girlfriend in the present isn't the cold refrigerator mother in the past. Seeing things in either or is in itself a frozen metaphor. Art must break this down before it's fresh. So the role of art is to help us see the two sides and not think in either or, all or nothing terms. Shades of gray, etc. Right? on a sec. Frozen metaphor, an inability to transcribe new meanings. A frozen metaphor means there's an inability to transcribe or create or see new meanings. If it's always either or, me good, you bad, oh my God. That's a frozen metaphor. A frozen metaphor. Trauma is experience frozen before it could become narrative. We're looking for narrative. That's the issue. We're looking for narrative. We're looking for fluid metaphors. That's what psychoanalysis is, right? It's the psychoanalytic jargon. We're looking for some generative, open, fluid narratives. Narrative medicine. We're searching for our story. One client said, dear therapist, I have a therapeutic goal with you. My story is broken. Can you help me fix my story? I've got this broken story. I need my story. Build a nest, then the egg comes in. Okay, interventions that focus on reassurance, advice giving, they're there now. I'll give you some advice, problem solving. I know the answer, listen to me. Encouragement, pat you on the back, there now. You can do it. Consolation of self-esteem. Believe me, you're good, trust me, you're valuable. Prevention of regression. Keep it together. Eddie Murphy, his license plate his slogan was, keep it together, KIT, right? His name, the character, he played a character named KIT. It was an acronym, K-I-T, keep it together. He was always trying to remind himself to keep it together. And he compulsively said this to himself, keep it together. His license plate was, keep it together, KIT. That's prevention of regression. That's very supportive. This is all like just kind of soothe you in the moment, but it doesn't heal what's causing all that. Okay, again, psychoanalytic therapy is interpretive, not just suggestion. Well, I suggest this. No, it's interpretation. Okay, hypotheses about patterns. It's an invitation for mutual exploration. The interpretation isn't just some fixed answer. It's a hypothesis presented for the two of them to explore. Okay, so Menninger said to a client, these problems you're telling me about, we may say that this is what your script, your frozen metaphor is doing to you, repetition compulsion. Let us see what we can do with that script. Another example of a frozen metaphor is this silo thing. Our simple question to the staff at this company was, what's it like to work here? A lot of them said they felt like that they were siloed. Similar idea, the metaphor of the lonely wolf. Again, the lonely wolf, again, go back to 2599, that first quote from Route 66. That first quote, the guy said, in trauma, you feel like the hermit crab that's lost his armor. The armor that keeps on swinging and marching. You see, that's a metaphor, right, of trauma. And you lost yourself, and you're just this armor. That's this hardened survival personality thing. That's the silo one, or the lonely wolf one. We have a quote, oh my God, from almost 2 years ago, about you're still the lonely warrior alone, or something. There's a book called Clinical Pearls. If you look in the search engine here, Clinical Pearls, put it in quotes, I think it'll show up. We got a good quote from that book about this lonely wolf one. Yeah, let's look. Yeah, I'll look up that one. That was a good one. And the artist. So he's saying here about artists. There may be a case where many artists or some artists are in a place of narcissism due to trauma, but they're gonna use the repetition compulsion to create art. So their art is an expression of the repetition compulsion, and they're depending on the art to stay loyal to the repetition compulsion. So many artists don't heal. Many artists don't heal. Read Masterson's book at the end there, the last chapter. He discusses 3 famous artists, and they may have thought that they were using their art to heal. But with this quote here, we can add, it was just a repetition compulsion of the trauma, thinking that they can master it, but they were just using their trauma to create like status, to get approval for their artwork. But it wasn't about healing, it was just about the approval of it. So they were dependent on the narcissistic approval of getting approval for their artwork, but their artwork was based on replaying the repetition compulsion of identification with the aggressor, that kind of thing, right? So they were very dependent. And then they reached a point where they become dependent on it. And the last one was ritual here. Behavior to be called ritual. Behavior to be called ritualization in man must consist of an agreed upon interplay between at least two persons who repeat it in behavior to be called ritual in man, ritualization in man. In other words, ritual must consist of an agreed upon interplay between at least two persons who repeat it at meaningful intervals and in recurring contexts, and that this interplay should have adaptive value for both participants. We need more ritual. More men need to sit in circles. A lot of men mock these talking stick circles. They mock it because what often happens is men don't scream. They don't understand this. There has to be a positive intention to heal. If it's open, if the men's circle is open, there's like a vulnerability. A person with the bully pattern is only looking for people to shame and find lackeys. So they co-opt it for their neurosis. They're not using it to heal. And a lot of these circles have no screening. So these circles end up becoming men's clubs. They just regress to men's let's drink beer and watch sports. They just become and the bully's the leader of it or something. And they regress, they fail. So these men's circles are a very positive ritual. It's the right track. It seems to me every man should be in a circle. Every man on the planet over 30, 35, let's say. Let's say 35 or something like that. No, let's make it 40. Okay, let's just temporarily say 40. Every man over 40, ideally, just an idea, hypotheses. This was the idea of the 90s, the men's circles, right? That every man over 40, twice a week, would sit in a circle of men equally. Not where one sits on a sofa and one sits on the floor. Nothing like that. It's equal. It's a circle. It's a neat, clean circle. Not an oval. Not a twisted thing. It's a nice, neat circle. You got 12 men or somewhere between 10 and 15 men or something. Let's say. The general range seems to be between 8 and 12 or something. 6 to 15, I guess, could be the range. I'm not sure. I'm not too familiar with it, but every man would sit in a circle twice a week and honor the ritual and the protocol of the circle. You enter in, set the intention, do the smudging, okay, do a check-in kind of thing, and then do the I statements in a circle. And at the end, you ring the bell, it's over, you scatter off. You don't turn it into little cliques or something. You don't want cliques out of it. So then they return, and the circle is just for the circle. Right? Because if they break off into cliques, they're going to start forming little clubs, and then then there's going to be an us versus them. Once you got the cliques going, then you got our clique. You're in the clique. You're not in the clique. You got to analyze this issue of cliques to prevent that. So you have the protocol can help prevent that, right? Now, it may be that men in the circle know each other outside of the circle, but they wouldn't talk about the circle outside of the circle, right? Bring it to the circle, right? So that would be like a ritual, some kind of consistent, sacred space twice a week, maybe 2 hours each time. And you got to smudge, you got to have some kind of prayer, maybe some kind of clearing check-in. And then the talking stick. Each person makes I statements. And if they're triggered, they go through the I statement process. One example could be Susan Campbell's version of it in her book, From Triggered to Tranquility. That's not bad. From triggered to tranquility. She has an I statement format called the unilateral repair statement. That's as good as any, I think. That's one of the better ones, I think. And we covered TQ 2360. Go to TQ 2360 for an abbreviated version of Campbell's I statement there. Another one that relates to it is Marshall Rosenberg's book, The Language of Life, about Offner. He has an I statement called Offner, O-F-N-R, an acronym. Observation as the trigger in the present, feelings and needs, you zoom you back to the child. As a child, you name the needs that weren't met, and you name the feelings that sprang forth when those needs didn't get met. You come into the present, make some kind of request for, how did you hear me say this? I could use a little empathy. What did you hear me say? Whatever the request is. So, OFNR, observation is the trigger. It's an observation. You're not blaming someone. This happened. Just neutral. That was a trigger. It zoomed you back. It reminded you of a childhood thing. Unmet need, feeling. So FN, O-F-N-R. So O, F-N, R back to the present. So the FN are linked. That's his big contribution, to emphasize the link between the feelings and needs. It's when the needs don't get met that the feelings are in reaction to. If the needs are met, then the feelings are pleasant. If the needs are unmet, then you're going to get the unpleasant feelings. But today's quote here, be specific. Specificity. Be specific. So don't just say, I feel good, I feel bad. Try to be more specific. It's a start. That's okay. Right? So I felt bad, right? So observation. You didn't show up on time. So I had a need as a child to trust my parents. That trust was broken. I felt bad. Well, maybe spell it out a bit. Be a little more specific. I felt angry. I felt scared. I felt terrified. I felt confused. I felt rage, maybe. So you try to spell it out how the person as a child felt, And then the request is, well, I'd like to know if the reason for your lateness and why you didn't call. Maybe you can just ask for information about it. And the person who was late might say, okay, I was being passive aggressive. I was punishing you for something that you did prior. Oh, good. I'm so glad we're airing this out. Okay, I'm all ears. Okay. So the first person might say, yes, that's right. I came late to annoy you because I didn't want to cooperate with you. I didn't want to see I was angry at you, so I came late. I want to express my anger through my passive aggressiveness by late. So lateness is a common technique of anger, right? Lateness is often an expression, a passive aggressive expression on anger. So for more on the thread on passive aggressiveness, type in Wetzler here, W-E-T-Z-L-E-R, Scott Wetzler, our most recent thread on added to 1001, Windmills of the Mind, passive aggressiveness. So the person might say, yeah, you were triggered because I originally was triggered by something you did prior to that. Okay, so now he makes a statement. So the first person makes an I statement. Okay, well, 2 weeks ago, you didn't call when you said you'd call or something. Okay, that was a trigger. So that person might say, well, as a child, I had a need for connection. That didn't get met, and I felt angry. I felt betrayed. He felt betrayed or angry. So he didn't bring that up. He just acted it out. Okay? So he acted it out by being late. So now the first person can say, okay, so my being late was like this defensive, reactive thing. In the future, apology. In the future, I'll say up front what old childhood fear came up by the trigger, rather than just acting it out. And when I'm triggered, I'm not the best version of myself. So he's got to be aware of all this. That's the idea, right? And it goes back and forth. So this is a ritual of they call it clearings, emotional clearings. It's a practice. It's a little messy sometimes. I have a very limited experience of it. I just had like a brief sample of it a long time ago, but it did seem very promising. The reason a lot of these men's circles fell apart is because my theory, as I understand it, I read one article, he said they turned into clubs. The person with the bully pattern would come and say, oh, who cares about this silly, I don't care, this touchy-feely, girly thing, oh, come on, give me a break, come on, let's have some beers and watch the game. And everyone just gave up. Okay, so in the Odyssey, the image for this is they turned into pigs. Circe turned them into pigs. Right? There's the metaphor for that, if they regressed like that. So in the Odyssey, that what I just described, the metaphor for that would be Circe turned the men into pigs. They regressed. So that's a regression. So metaphors are very interesting here. The Odyssey is all metaphor. It's all... And Odysseus didn't want to regress. He wanted to move forward. So he was still in his human form, right? Another Golden Windmills of the Mind Award went to the TV miniseries of the Odyssey by starring Armand Assante. Andre, I forgot his, I think the first name of the director was Andre something. If you go to the making of the Odyssey, starring Armand Assante, there's a little mini documentary with an interview with the director. Very famous director, made one of the best TV shows. It was a mini-series of the Odyssey. That has won a Golden Windmills of the Mind Award. That's, in my opinion, the best film version of the Odyssey. Really the only sort of one that kept the feel of the story. Great special effects, great scenery, great soundtrack. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, the guy, Edward Artemiev, is that the one? Edward Artemiev did the soundtrack to the Odyssey. He passed away last year, and we played a few of his songs from the soundtrack. That has also won a Golden Windmills. So the Odyssey starring Armand Assante, that has won a Golden Windmills of the Mind Award. I think that's every man would enjoy that, right? You know, somebody has a theory that there's a link to the Enneagram. I'll have to look into that. But, for example, Lotus Land, you know, just escapism, right? That's the 7, I think. Or the Calypso, just like to be like, just like childlike. That's number 2, I think, right? Circe was type 4. What's the schizo? Oh, the Lestagonia, that was type 6, the paranoid one. Lestagonia. Oh, I guess the hell scene, that'd be type 4. Facing your inner conflicts. I forgot. The travails of the traveler reveal the traveler to himself. Okay, how are we doing here? 3:06. Oh, I got extra time here. Oh my God. Either this video is just going to cut out suddenly any minute now, or once in a blue moon, my camera gives me an extra hour. For some strange reason, I don't understand why this happens. Once in a while, my camera gives me an extra hour. I got a feeling this is what's happening now, because usually it cut off by now, 3:06. So if I do have an extra hour, let's see. Maybe I can go back to it. Let's see. Oh no. Oh, that security guard sleeping where I was sleeping before. Well, I'm wondering if I do have an extra hour, should I do the 25? Oh, Jesus. Let me play a song and think about it. I wasn't expecting to do the 25. But things have mellowed down here a bit, so maybe I can. Let's play Let's play some Ann Shell. Why don't we play some Ann Shell? Ann Shell is one of our musical voices. Hayfield. It's a good song. I like that song, Hayfield. She's got a song called Borderline. The Castle one. Where's the other one? Turn On, that's another one. Betty's Garden, that's a fun one. Betty's Garden, yeah, that's a good one. Turn On. Where's the other one? Where's Ann Shell here? Hold on a second. Let's crank it up. Let's play this song here, Cabrera. Hopefully the staff won't mind here. All right, let's crank it. Let's play some upbeat kind of music here. Hold on, let's play this. This is sung in Portuguese. Not sure what he's saying.
So that's called, that's an off an album called, let's look at the name here. Let's see, hold on a sec. Pisa Morena. Is that it? Is that the name of the song? Pisa Morena, I think. Volume 1 of a CD called The Colors of Brazil, Volume 1. Okay, maybe I can. Let's see, how are we doing here? So let's see. 45 minutes. Okay, let's see if I can do a portion, at least a portion of the 25 ways. Let me settle in here. Okay, the 25. So I'm going to maybe present a portion of the 25 ways collectively people are replaying their childhood trauma with the mother in the nursery in the present, with the fantasy that if they replay it symbolically, metaphorically in the present, doing some kind of staging thing in the present, something in the present to represent the past, the fantasy is that by doing so they're going to change the past. It's ridiculous. Okay? There are no time machines. Nothing in the present can take you back into the nursery and change what happened. But replaying it, how does a person replay something that happened in the nursery? Okay, in the present, it can only be symbolic of the nursery. Okay, so the 25 ways are, oh boy. So let's, I know this is edgy. I know this is hard to get across. So a good preface for all of this is TQ21, Paul Libby Russell's material about repetition compulsion, where we do a staging thing that conveys something whereby we can transfer the emotionality of the nursery in the present. If we're replaying it, that's an automatic phenomena of that when there's trauma, we replay it with the fantasy that we can change it. So if there's so many people are traumatized, if 90% of the people, in one estimate is 90% of the babies in North America are developmentally traumatized. So how do they replay that collectively? How do we see that collectively? Okay, so the baby in the uterus sends out its waste elimination through the two veins that spiral up around that center vein. That sends up the waste elimination, and the placenta literally metabolizes the baby's waste elimination. Now the center vein sends down all of the nutrients and everything the baby needs. So he's fed all of the goodness that he needs. So the baby sends out the waste, gets in the good. Sends out the waste, gets in the good. There's a cycle there. Okay? Now, let's say the cord is removed too early. So it's frozen there. That's a trauma. Or if you don't go with that, consider the extended womb. Baby sends out his distress, that's like the unwanted waste, anger. He's supposed to receive love by the mother. So the cycle continues in the extended womb. Baby sends out his distress, receives love, sends out the metaphorical waste. Okay. So whether it's blurred up like that or it's either way, there's some kind of cycle that's supposed to take place for the baby. Some kind of music. He sends out. He receives the good. He sends out the waste. Okay. The baby doesn't. So it's one way like that, right? He's a little God, right? He's supposed to receive all the goodness that he needs, in tune, just in time, right on time, as he needs, sends out the waste. It's musical. Do, re, mi, 1, 2, 3, A, B, C, baby, cord, placenta, mother, placenta, abort. Okay? It's all kind of rhythmic like that. So let's say that fails. That's stuck, frozen there, frozen metaphor. Repetition compulsion. How does the person replay that? Okay, so maybe, so one variation might be they pick up the phone and they call their stock broker or whatever. Say, hey, stock lady, I want to replay and repeat the failure. I want to replay it, but I can only do it symbolically. So stock lady, you as a mediator, find me a proxy who pollutes and makes a profit. Buy me shares in them. So they don't necessarily do the polluting. Okay. Remember, the baby sends out the waste elimination, so that would translate in the present as symbolic for that. It would be the pollution. So stock lady, who pollutes? I want a profit. Okay, that's the cycle. They want to send out the waste, get in the goodness. Stock lady, who pollutes? I want a profit. It doesn't work. A person can pollute or get others to pollute and make as much profit as they can. It never changes what happened in the nursery. So repetition compulsion. they're symbolically replaying in the present with the fantasy they can change the past. It's ridiculous. Polluting the planet and making a profit doesn't change what happened in the nursery. Okay. So this is called, by doing this, the person is replaying it. Right? So the mother is seen as the one who broke the flow. Okay. So they're victimized by it. So they want to replay it. Now, it's not going to work. It's going to fail. So no matter how many tons of waste they dump on the planet and how much profit they make, it's going to fail. Just like originally in the nursery or in the uterus, it failed. It got blocked. The baby's complete needs for that cycle failed. So as that victim, from that victim place, they're going to replay it and get disappointed again and again. Okay? So they were disappointed by the cycle failing. They're going to replay that effort. Pollute and make profit. It fails. It doesn't change it. So that's number one. There was a certain ecology between number two, between the baby and the mother. It was meant to be some kind of musical ecology there. Okay, that got damaged. The baby sees the mother as the one damaging or depriving the baby of that needed ecology. Okay? So now they identify with the aggressor. Stock lady, I want to break the ecology. Okay, so through the proxy, again, proxy means someone else who feels, does, or plays a role for you. Okay, so either they do it or the proxy does it. So the stock lady, find me a proxy who destroys the ecology on the planet. So the ecology on the planet would symbolize the deprivation of the needed ecology between the mother and the baby. The mother damaged the baby's need for that ecology, the music, the attunement, that got damaged. Identification with the aggressor. I'm going to be the aggressor. Okay, that's how they're loyal to the mother, because they become the mother. Destroy the ecology. So the stock lady might say, oh yeah, there's so-and-so, they're draining the lakes to make a quick buck. That destroys the ecology. Fish die, livelihoods destroyed, messes up things, the ocean gets hotter. The whole ecology is all getting broken and damaged and deprived. People are being deprived of nature's ecology. Oh yeah, well that's what my mother did to me. So I want to replay what my mother did to me. So repetition compulsion. Okay. Number three, the baby had the golden ball. That's called feeling diversity. Okay, that got squelched. Joy and sadness got zooped away. Golden ball down the well. Okay, baby in the forest. And a few other images. Yeah, Miss Core gets zooped down. Penelope is far off. So the feeling diversity got squelched or repressed, right? So again, identification with the aggressor. The mother's the one that squelched the baby's feeling diversity. Identification with the aggressor. Hey, stock lady, who breaks the biodiversity? That can symbolize my feeling diversity. Biodiversity, diversity out there. Well, that can symbolize my feeling diversity. My mother squelched my feeling diversity. I've identified with the aggressor. I got to replay what happened to me by doing what my mother did to me to others. Okay, that's one version of repetition compulsion. You do to others what your mother did to you, or you just get others in the present to act like the refusing mother, like in number one. In number one, it was like direct, the other ones are identification with the aggressor. Check out the song, If You Won't Leave Me, I'll Find Somebody Who Will. That summarizes it. So, stock lady, who breaks the diversity? Oh yeah, and it's very sad, right? The ivory-billed woodpecker became extinct. That beautiful woodpecker became extinct. It's gone. When it's gone, it's gone. Diversity is being extinct, right? Unnecessarily. So, oh yeah, buy me shares in those companies that destroy the biodiversity, because my mother broke my feeling diversity. I have identified with the aggressor. For me to feel safe with my mother, to feel connected with my mother, I got to act like her. So I got to do to others what my mother did to me. But the present isn't the nursery, so I'll do something symbolic of the nursery. So I'll break the biodiversity as a symbol for the broken feeling diversity. Number four was this whole issue of the baby can't care. So what if somebody said, don't you care that you're doing all this? You're polluting and breaking the ecology, breaking the biodiversity. Don't you care? Okay, the baby isn't in a place to care. The baby hasn't reached the developmental accomplishment of empathy, care, tenderness, affection. The baby's in a state of, with the trauma, of greed. So let's go to greed. Next one here. So again, the baby doesn't have I, you. The baby doesn't have thou, thou. The baby hasn't reached the place of recognizing the feeling rights of the mother, and he has feelings and rights for himself. He's operating at the infantile place of the entitlement, where the baby is entitled to, should get all of the feeding, and should have this waste elimination metabolized. But he's frozen at that place. He hasn't reached the developmental place. That takes place post 4 to 5 months, where he's going to care, really, or post 3 months or 2 months, whatever the theory is. It's going to happen a little bit later on, but that early on, he isn't able to care. So if hocus pocus, double focus, he can be the aggressor, he can be the victim. So in the victim side, he's not going to care. Operating from the victim side, he's not going to care while he's being the aggressor. Because the child side hasn't reached the place of being able to care for them. They haven't developed to that place. So number 5 is greed. The baby's unmet need turned into greed. Okay. Repetition, compulsion, whatever's symbolic of goodness out there, material, matter, okay, money, material things, it's considered good, and it's nice to have nice things, so it's good. So, the greed is you want to possess symbolic mother. So material, money, matter, mother, all have the same root word. Okay, so the good stuff out there is symbolic mother. But no matter what thing you possess greedily, it's not going to be the transformative breast that was needed in the nursery. It doesn't work. But the trick about greed is that when you do get a possession, okay, the mammalian part of the brain perceives the new possession as the person being safe. When the mammalian part of the brain believes that the person is safe, the mammalian part of the brain sends the person serotonin. So safety leads to the release of the chemistry called serotonin. So serotonin is the good feeling of safety. When you feel safe, you feel good. The chemistry behind all that is serotonin. So the person gets a blip of serotonin, but that's going to metabolize in a few minutes or hours or whatever. Okay, so the safety is gone. Now the safety is gone. They feel stress. Click in dopamine. Dopamine for the chase, serotonin from the catch. There's your greed. So they're going to pursue. So dopamine means anticipation, excitement, pursuit, the chase. You want to get something which you think when you get it, you'll get a blip of serotonin. And it becomes this insatiable. So greed is insatiable. It's this loop, right? Because no thing you possess in the present can take you back in the nursery. And the thing you buy in the present is not going to invent a time machine for you, take you back in the nursery, morph into the good breast that was needed. The person becomes the baby, gets emotionally fed and loved, gets the wiring laid down, comes back in the machine, comes into the present, whereby the person then says, oh, I'm okay now, I don't need to trick my brain to make me feel safe for the moment, because I have a steady baseline of safety up to 3 years of having been loved memories, called the holding interject, or the internalized good object, or object constancy, and so on. So greed doesn't work. Plus, greed is in a place of timelessness. It's called infinite mourning. Infinite, no time, timeless. So they're doing it again, it's no time, so they're just spinning it around. That's why it's insatiable, infinite, it never works. Okay, next one, envy. Most in particular with trauma before 18 months, there's going to be envy. The envy part says to the greed part, hey greed, I don't care about the thing you get. I have ingratitude. I'm not going to accept it or appreciate it. I only have ingratitude. But I notice, greed, that your act of being greedy and polluting and all this, it's destructive. So go ahead, knock yourself out, be greedy. Because the envy part doesn't want to see goodness. So whatever's symbolic of goodness outwardly, envy says, I don't want to see goodness. Okay? Because it's going to remind them of how the baby once upon a time needed goodness and received so much pain by it. So to not be reminded of that pain, they don't want to see goodness. So they want to remove the source of envious feelings, hence they want to see goodness damaged to not be triggered. So greed says to the envy, envy says to the greed, knock yourself out because I want to see goodness damaged. So common personality pattern is Iago. Iago spreads rumors against others and sees others against themselves, and the goodness and potential that they had or could have or do have, etc. They're envious about that, so see it damaged. So they'll spread rumors against others, and that's how they feel safe with the mother. Okay, again, about a shorthand for this point is that the baby can't tell the difference between the breast and his experience of the breast. If his experience of the breast is such that all goodness leads to too much pain, then he identifies with the aggressor and becomes the one who rejects goodness. And that's how the baby feels safe with the mother who rejects goodness. So that leads to envy, hatred of the good. So that's a key point there, and one of our major threads, and the Iago pattern as a personality pattern around that. So, and one famous short seller, meaning short selling, as I understand it, means profiting off the failure of the planet, right? So destroying things, destroying goodness and get a profit. That's like short selling, all right? Like you're profiting off the hurt of others or something. That's the Schadenfreude, right? The Schadenfreude is the attachment to the mother. So the mother, shaming the baby, got some pleasure. The baby metabolized some of the mother's pain, so she felt some less stress by shaming the baby. Baby identifies with the aggressor and likewise seeks less stress by shaming others. So that's point number 7, the Schadenfreude. Oh yeah, so the short seller, a famous short seller went on camera a couple of months ago, and he said, this 100-year-old guy or whatever, 90, whatever it is, he said that this whole short selling the planet, acting like an infantile god to destroy the planet, to make a quick buck. He said this whole thing is based on envy. It's not greed. Greed is just a tool. Greed is just a tool for the envy. He said this whole destroying the planet, polluting the planet, destroying the ecology, destroying the biodiversity, all of this, and the greed and the pillaging and the plundering, all of this is envy. They don't want to see goodness. There's a lot of goodness in the world. They don't want to see it. They want to see things damaged. And that's how they feel safe with the mother, because they believe the mother couldn't accept any goodness, and they've identified with the aggressor, and that's their safety, that's their attachment, that's their pleasure, to be attached to the mother. Of course they're mama's boys. They're very blurred with the mother. Okay, so they haven't differentiated. And that's part of the issue, and that's a frozen metaphor doing that. So envy and greed, these are frozen metaphors. Okay, emotional poverty. So we'll finish. So the Schadenfreude is related to attachment. The loyalty part is to maintain the attachment. Okay, the next one, the baby felt some kind of emotional poverty. I'm not sure if I'm going to get this in 30 minutes, but let's see. Emotional poverty. The baby felt emotionally impoverished. Stock lady. Who creates poverty? That'll symbolize and externalize outwardly. And if I contribute to making poverty, then I'll be the mother who gave me emotional poverty, and I'm the mother who gives poverty. And then I feel safe with the mother who does that. So creating outer poverty is a repetition compulsion to reenact, to restage, to reorchestrate, to replay, to redo how the mother gave them emotional poverty. So the outer physical poverty can be a symbol for the emotional poverty. And that's how they feel safe with the mother, hence the Schadenfreude, hence the pleasure. And of course they don't care. So back to point number 4, they're not going to care. They haven't reached that place of empathy or care, right? Really. Actually, they feel entitled and pleasure by this. It's a very sad state. So all of this is called the psychotic part of the personality co-opting the rest of the person. So we got to study this trauma. We're traumacas, homo traumacas. All this is from trauma, by the way. Okay, the whole pillaging thing, that's sort of related to this. So the mother pillaged the child's soul. Hold on a sec. Hey, stock lady, who pillages? That's an active reenactment of how the mother pillaged my soul, or plundered my soul. Okay, now part of this is the baby felt sanctioned. He couldn't trade properly with the mother. The plastic bottle, the nerve endings, so the exchange between the baby and the mother, it got blocked. That was like the baby felt sanctioned. Or maybe the mother held the baby too tightly, or maybe the towel was wrapped around the baby too tight. So there was like he couldn't trade normally with the mother. Hey, stock lady, who creates that kind of restriction on others? Who does sanctions on others? Because that can symbolize how my mother sanctioned me and my need to trade with her emotionally. The whole boundary issue. the mother is seen as violating the baby's boundaries, their integrity. If the mother uses the baby as a teddy bear to comfort her, she's violating the boundaries of the baby. Or if the mother is emotionally unavailable, the child's excitation rage on the mother image, he's got to internalize it. Now he's being violated by his own rage, turn inward, which he denies outward. So his boundaries, his psychic boundaries are being violated. A stock lady who doesn't respect other people's integrity, basically. Nutricide. The baby needed emotional nutrients with the mother. A stock lady who destroys the nutrients out there, the soil, the water, who destroys the nutrients. I gotta reenact, do it outwardly to replay what my mother did to me. She deprived me of my emotional nutrients. I want to deprive outwardly of the nutrients out there. And that's how I feel safe and pleasure with the mother. Mother as sociopath. The baby might believe the mother is a sociopath if we define it as the mother exploiting the baby and not caring. Okay? So stock lady. I saw a documentary that companies can act like that. So I want to act like the way my mother acted towards me. My mother exploited me and didn't care. Well, I want to exploit, take advantage, and I'm not going to care the way my mother didn't care, because they're reenacted. So we repeat what happened to us because of a mechanism called repetition compulsion, which is synonymous with trauma. We're talking about attachment trauma, developmental trauma, interpersonal trauma. The freezing takes place. Okay? This is called a strain trauma, attachment trauma. Arrested development, stunted development, developmental arrest. So we repeat to see if we can get out of it, kind of thing. That's sort of the positive intention about it. Okay, ingratitude. Of course the baby doesn't have ingratitude. Gratitude is a developmental accomplishment, so they're not going to have any kind of gratitude. Gratitude enters the psychological, affection, tenderness, care, gratitude is going to enter the psychological picture at least post 4 to 5 months, if the baby entered into the oneness with the mother. If he doesn't enter into it, that's absent. That's going to be absent. That's the theory. And I'm not going to play it now, but sometimes we play the Carl Sagan clip about the pale blue dot. It was his attempt to teach gratitude, evolutionary gratitude. That's a whole topic. Oh boy, I'm not going to have time for that one. Let's see. No. I'd love to do that topic about gratitude, because we're meant to have evolutionary gratitude. We're Johnny-come-latelys. You know, we came from Homo bodoensis. Let's have some gratitude for Homo bodoensis. He's us. Let's appreciate us. The pale blue dot, this little speck from the sun, just the right distance from the sun. Not too hot, not too cold, just that right spot where the bacteria and the microbes and the muck, and then H2O, and the bacteria created oxygen, then the water, then the life, and it took billions of years for the life forms. Let's have some evolutionary gratitude. And finally came the monkey line, then the hominid line, and then out of all that there was Homo bodoensis. And we Homo sapiens came from Homo bodoensis. We're Johnny-come-latelies. And recently we're a traumatized version of ourselves. We're now Homo traumicus, Homo economicus. So we got to heal this issue, because this is the moral duty of healing, to get back Homo naturalis. It was just an accident that we got all of that serotonin 10,000 years ago, which overstimulated the brain. So we have to follow up on that one. Okay, doublethink. Okay, this doublethink's very important. Remember the two clouds? The child's representation of himself as maybe like a little blur, as a little cloud, representation of the mother as a big cloud, and it's one there, and he thinks the mother's him. So doublethink can come from there. So when he acts like the aggressor, he can feel like the victim. When he feels like the victim, he projects the aggressor onto the victim and says the victim is bad while he's being bad. Okay, so there's doublethink. So there's why there's a lot of the pollution and plundering. You'll see a lot of doublethink as dodging around to avoid it. to stay loyal to the mother who gave them doublethink. Right? Now, doublethink can be therapeutic, so literature people will use doublethink in an effort to heal, to see the two sides, so metaphors can be there. But unconscious use of doublethink, then that's trauma if it's unconscious. The idea is to be conscious. Projective identification. So again, the cycle. If the mother's supposed to feel what he's feeling, then the mother provides soothing. If that's failed, okay, repetition compulsion, they want to goad others, coax others to feel what they're feeling. The cycle can't complete. A person may goad others to feel what they're feeling. No time machines, it's not going to work. But there's a secondary benefit to this. The other person expressing what they're feeling, that helps them to not feel and know what they're feeling if they see someone else display and express. This is a process called externalization. They want to see externalize what they're feeling within. So projective identification can do that. And part of the process to get there is gaslighting, because before you can get someone else to feel what you're feeling, you want to deny the reality of them. That's the gaslighting. So that's a big one there. Okay, how the fill in the blank creates SH, fill in the blank hole. I don't really like this one here. How the fill in the blank creates pain, poverty, and misery. Stock lady, who creates all this pain, poverty, and misery? Because that's what my mother gave me. Let's not go there too much today. That's LIHOP, an acronym, LIHOP. Let it happen on purpose. So many babies were set up to fail. Mothers traumatized the baby. She sits back, baby's going to fail. Okay, that means the mother knows that the baby is always one with them. So the mother never feels alone. She never feels abandoned. So the baby was set up to fail to soothe the mother. Okay. Stock lady, who gets others to fail? Who sets others up to fail? Who creates conditions onto others and then sits back and watches them fail? Because that's what my mother's doing to me, did to me. So they want to replay. Okay. In German, the word guilt and debt are synonymous. Okay. So remember before, the baby felt defective and flawed and then feels guilty and doesn't know why. Okay. Enter the Kafka story, the trial. The guy was guilty and he didn't know why. Okay. Babies feel guilty and they don't know why. Okay. So the outer expression of that is guilt. Hey, stock lady, who puts people into debt? Because I feel indebted to my mother. I don't know why I'm in debt to my mother. I don't know what did I do wrong to the mother. I didn't say. It's a mistake. It's a false belief. The baby did nothing wrong, but he believes he did something wrong. So he feels always guilty towards the mother. So he wants to see an external representation of that. Stock lady, who creates debt out there? Now, related to this is the baby felt, because of that guilt, indentured servitude to the mother emotionally. Hey, stock lady, who puts others into indentured servitude? So that's a whole thread right there about that one. The point, we're not focusing on the outer details too much. Others can do that. We're trying to understand, the goal here in this 25 point is to understand repetition compulsion, because we repeat to know that there's trauma. We got to know that there's trauma. To heal trauma, we got to know that there's trauma. So how do we know that there's trauma? Well, let's see how we are collectively expressing our trauma. We're homotraumacus. We don't even know that we're homotraumacus. We don't even know that there's attachment trauma. So we got to raise consciousness here. So one of our songs is Rise by the rock band Harlequins. We played it a few times recently already, Rise. So we're trying to raise consciousness here. Next one here, reality testing. Okay. The planet placenta. No, the planet is not a placenta. Yes, the placenta could metabolize the baby's waste elimination. That failed. Okay, transfer onto the planet. The planet is not a placenta. 10 billion tons of plastic have been dumped into the oceans. Someone said, and it can't metabolize it. The plastic bags, bottles break down, the chemicals disperse around. It's analogous to how cigarette smoke disperses in the air. All these little permanent chemicals spread around the oceans. It's causing all kinds of harm. So the earth, the oceans cannot metabolize these plastic chemicals. And someone said, if you dump another 10 billion tons of plastic into the ocean, there'll be no fish. So this reality testing, the earth is not a placenta. Okay? Likewise, the earth is not a breast. Yes, from the baby's point of view, the breast was a flow of goodness that could satiate the baby. That got failed. So repetition compulsion, planet breast. They plunder and pillage, gobble in. It doesn't work. Reality testing. You can't pollute the planet and still expect the planet to provide delicious food. If you destroy the soil, the planet can't give you delicious fruit because it doesn't work. Reality testing. Okay? So that's another point. This is called, and the baby doesn't care. The baby's operating, the unconscious is operating out of the psychotic part of the person. It's psychotic to think that the earth is a placenta or a breast. This is ridiculous. The earth, pale blue dot, it's our home. Non-verbal. Okay, the baby doesn't have verbal skills yet. Trauma there. Okay. Now the baby wanted something from the mother. Okay, repetition compulsion. Let's say town A wants the services from the people of town B. They don't ask. They're afraid to ask. Hey guys in town B, do you want to come? We got jobs for you or something. They don't ask. So town A destroys town B and compels the people in town B to come running in as migrants and say, okay, we're here. How can we serve? What do you need? What do you want? We'll do for you. Okay. The fantasy is, you see mother in the mind, you see how these migrants are offering their service and they're asking what we can do. They're asking what they can do for us. Well, that's what I wanted from you, mother. I wanted you to ask me what I needed. You see, these migrants are saying, what can we do for you? How can we serve you? What do you want? You see, I created this, mother, because to show you that that's what I wanted from you. I wanted from you. I wanted you to ask me. I wanted you to ask me what I needed, but you didn't. Okay? Now, as a baby, I didn't have vocabulary, so I got to compel this. So I'm doing a staging thing. I destroyed town B, forced the people to come in and get them, coax them to ask me what I want. I'm showing you, mother, what I wanted from you. Again, magic gesture. This nonverbal issue. Okay, a lot of babies when they're being born, okay, 10 minutes. Let's hurry this up. I might not finish this. Okay, a lot of babies have a near-death experience. They don't breathe. The cord was twisted around them. They couldn't breathe properly. Hey, stock lady, I want to recreate that. Who pollutes the air? Controlled opposition. The child hoped that the father would oppose the abusive mother and protect the baby from the abusive mother. So the child hoped the father could be a genuine opposition. But no, most fathers say mothers know best. So the father was controlled by the mother. So he's the controlled opposition. So a lot of things you hear out there, we see that. Usually it's family members who are destroying the planet. But some family member says, I'll pretend to be the opposition. You can follow me, listen to my podcast or something. But they're not genuinely opposing it because they're controlled by the big brother or whatever it is. So again, the baby hoped that the father could have protected the mother. Could have protected them from the abusive mother, and he would have been a genuine opposition. That doesn't happen. Most fathers say, I don't know, mothers knows best. So he wasn't the genuine opposition. So we see a lot of people put themselves in that role to say, when I was a baby, my father didn't protect me. I'm going to act like the fake opposition. Resistance is futile. Oh, this one again. The baby was very passive. He couldn't resist. Oh, is that going to come here, is he? Oh, someone's just going to sit beside me here. Let's see if I can keep going here. So the baby was very passive. Mother had all this grand power. They want to replay that. So people in poverty are put into the passive, helpless baby. Okay? So in the poverty, they're passive, they're helpless, and they can't resist. As a baby, they couldn't resist. Similar idea. So the baby had to quote unquote surrender. Okay, the people in fill in the blank country, they're sort of in this surrendered place. They can't resist their power. So they're put into the place of the helpless baby who couldn't resist, and they were passive and surrendered to the mother's abuse. Okay, so they act stock lady, who does that to others? Because that's what my mother did to me. Right? And the baby, or the aid one. So the baby was dependent on the mercy of the mother. So in the plundered place, they're put into the mercy of the plunderers. A lot of this shaming, it's almost 24/7 everywhere. Someone's shaming somebody. Somebody's trying to humiliate someone. This is a communication that the mother shamed them. The mother humiliated them. If someone's going around always trying to shame you, humiliate you, embarrass you, they're trying to communicate that that's what the mother did to them. They've identified with the aggressor, doing it to others to communicate what the mother did to them. Now, by doing this, they feel loyal to the shaming mother, and they feel safe, and hence the glee around it. So people shaming others feel glee by doing it because that's the safety with the mother. And the safety with the mother is some kind of pleasure and attachment. It's just mainly pain relief. Now, Pat Benatar has a song called Hell is for Children, for the more extreme physical issues. So maybe the violence outwardly is an expression that the mother hit them. Some mothers apparently hit their babies, don't cry, and they hit. Some mothers do that. They'll actually slap the baby to see if they can make them stop crying. Identification with the aggressor, there can be violence outwardly for that. So play the song by Pat Benatar called Hell is for Children. And she says that in every concert throughout her whole 50-year career, in every concert she plays that song. And she says she'll always play that song, and she'll only stop when children are no longer being abused. Now, a lot of this propaganda to demonize we, they, okay, that's to communicate the image they created of their mother. So the baby is like a Picasso. He projects his devouring greed and rage onto the image of the mother and creates some devouring, frightening, scary entity. Okay? So when they say others are scary and all that, they're trying to communicate what image they created. They're talking about their own projected attributes onto the artwork. They take that artwork image and describe others as having that. That's a mirror to know what image they created, which describes, like art describes, their emotions, their inner life. This is 24, right? 10 minutes here. Okay. Maybe this real push to do all this is that in the short sellers, they buy shares in each other's companies. So one short seller will buy the shares of another short seller, and that short seller will buy the shares of the other short seller to make sure that the other short seller is going to short sell, and they promise to short sell to please the other. So there's a pressure on every short seller to do the short selling because everyone profits from the other short selling. And they're all like, hey, aren't you going to short sell? I make profit from your short selling. Well, I make profit from your short selling. So they all buy each other's, so it's interlinking like that. The outer expression of this is a professor from California, Sonoma, I think it's Sonoma State University, California, a guy named Peter Phillips. Now, when you look up his video, you got to type in professor or he has a very common name. There's so many people have this name. You got to type in Giants, the name of his book. So in his book, he says he studied the pillage, the short selling system, the plunder system. He said he spent his whole life studying as a professor the short selling system. And he says the reason it's so entrenched like that, is so compulsive or so demanding or infantile rage demanding like that, is because they interlink, they buy each other's shares. So one example is nobody cares if you buy Coke or Pepsi because the short sellers own both, and those short sellers own the other companies that advertise the two, and so on and so forth. So just imagine every company owning shares in every company, something like that. So it's all interlinked like that. So this interlinking that Peter Phillips Giants talks about, his analogy is that the redwood trees at the roots all link up like that. So the redwood trees are all linked by the big massive roots down in the soil somewhere and all spring up all these trees. That's his metaphor for it. So his outer description of this compulsion of everybody buying each other's shares, that's just this compulsion to enforce and demand almost this urgency to replay what the trauma the mother inflicted on the child. It's a compulsion. So this compulsion can transfer over into the spreading effect. So the pillaging has this spreading effect, right? It's loyalty to the mother. So this spreading effect is loyalty to the mother. Okay, it's the mama boy syndrome. They gotta separate from the mother. They gotta forgive the mother for what she did, understand her, and know her story. Rosanna Deerchild, quote, the more I learned of my mother's story, the more of a person she became to me. That's part of the forgiveness. Bruce Springsteen, YouTube, Independence Day, Toronto. Listen to the introduction there. Okay, so that's now you got to go on the forgiveness tread for that one. Okay, the baby felt confused. So a lot of the misinformation and confusing others. So the people who go around wanting to confuse you, they're trying to say that as a baby they felt confused by their mother. Mother, I feel confused by what you're doing to me. I thought you're supposed to be my mother and love me. I feel so confused. Identification with the aggressor, confuse others, to reenact how they felt confused by the mother. Is that 24? That's 25, right? I think that's 25. I lost count here. Okay, maybe I'm going to experiment here. Now, this was all very edgy. Now I'm going to be even a little more edgier. Number 26, I haven't decided yet, but number 26 might be from yesterday's quote about defense. Okay? The baby, it's interesting about the phrase defense mechanism. We're always talking about defense mechanisms, right? So the baby is using defense mechanisms because the mother is the invader kind of. So they're defending themselves. So splitting and projective identification, disassociation, eat cookies, manic defense, deny, denial, disavowal, pretend this. There are 200 defense mechanisms of the mind. The baby's using, like kung fu, these defense mechanisms or something. So the baby's in this sort of defensive kind of mode like that all the time. Right? Now, because of the fusion, someone can. So I got to update this one here. This is just an experiment here. So we hear a lot about people engaged in the people say they're plundering and pillaging. They call themselves defense. What the hell? So it's the aggressor for the past 24 points, but because of the fusion, they're going to feel like the baby who was always in defense mode. So they call themselves defense, fill in the blank. We're doing this for defense. We're doing this to protect ourselves. The baby was always trying to protect himself. The baby was always trying to protect himself from the invading mother. See, the invading mother's it's fake because it's the baby's own rage put onto the mother and its own anger put onto themselves. That's the confusion, right? So, but anyways, the baby's in this sort of defensive mode from mother's impingement, misattunements, malattunements. So sometimes the baby is not hungry. But the mother feeds the baby. So he's invaded in a sense. I don't want to eat this now. I'm not hungry. Yes, you are. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. The schedule says you are. I'm not. So he's kind of invaded like that. So the baby's in defensive mode, but he identifies with the aggressor. So a lot of things we hear about, defense this or defense that, got to protect ourselves, but it's all aggressive. A lot of this defense is actually aggressive, but they're using the word defensive. Because of the double thing, the baby was in a place of wanting to be defensive, but they can identify with the aggressor image of the mother, which is actually their rage at what the mother did to them. That's the confusing thing. The mother wasn't so harmful, but the baby was enraged, created an image of a shaming of a harmful mother. So they're defending against themselves in a sense, right? So that's number 26. That a lot of this terminology of defense this and defense that. And it's very ubiquitous, but really it's the aggressive. They're doing an aggressive thing, but they're using the word defense. Okay, so that's where that comes from. They're not being defensive. Okay. I can't believe it. We got it in. We did it. Okay, got 3 minutes left, roughly. So what you just heard were the 20s. Now it's 26. Let's say the 26 ways humans are trying to make themselves aware that they were traumatized by their mother. Okay? The greatest hurt of all, mother failed me. We got to get to this painful truth. It's the truth will upset you free. In the Disney film Inside Out, joy and sadness was zooped away. In order for them to come back to the console, to be embodied, okay, there's a key scene in there. It was rage and disgust that helped. In other words, a person has to feel the disgust, shame, and rage at what the mother did. Then, when we do that, joy and sadness, we can get back our feelings into our body. So at the end of the film, joy and sadness came back to the console, and joy could run the console. Okay? And sadness is there as well. So joy and sadness, the primary emotions. Yeah? Sadness is not a bad feeling. It's just, it's okay to be a little sad sometimes. It's not. But joy ran the console, right? Okay, so those are the 26 ways. Yeah, we are repeating the trauma in the present to know about the trauma, and we got to get to a place where we feel safe with somebody, to feel the shame, rage, and disgust at not getting the needs that we needed as a mother. It's a huge betrayal by the mother. It's a shock. It's a surprise. What? We thought mothers are so perfect, and we're always reinforcing it. That's the resistance. This constant bombardment with glorifying, putting the mother on a pedestal. That's a resistance. Okay, that's called splitting. Over worship of the mother as a goddess, in whatever form it takes, and not seeing a realistic balance of the mother. Okay, that's not honoring your mother. Glorifying your mother as a goddess and putting her on a pedestal, that's not honoring your mother. That's not honoring your mother. You're not seeing her for her situation. Therefore, you're not honoring her. So we got to honor her by seeing the two sides of her. Again, Bruce Springsteen, Independence Day, Toronto, YouTube. Listen to the introduction he gives. Okay? Understand our parents beyond their role as parents, as people. They had dreams and hopes. Things didn't pan out. Still some blessings, still some benefits, but they didn't know it all. They couldn't do it all, but still some benefit. Try to get a balanced place. See them as people, and we got to get to a place where ultimately we feel some kind of gratitude by it all. We got to get to a place where the childhood, there's some sense of gratitude for it. Not this guilt thing. You got to pretend like a genuine. You got to get to that place, right? Okay, so we'll update this 26